Monsieur le secrétaire général, quand vous voulez. Merci de tous. Alors. C'est bon? On peut y aller? Ok. Donc la 9000...
The 9,534th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I deem the agenda adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary-General, distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence in the room today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. Before each of you, you should have a list of speakers who have requested to participate in accordance with Rules 37 and 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, as well as the established practice of the Council in this area. We propose that they may be invited to participate in this meeting. Are there any objections? I see none. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 on today's agenda. I now give the floor to the Secretary-General, His Excellency António Guterres. You have the floor, Secretary-General.
Mr. President, Excellencies, over 100 days have passed since more than 1,200 Israelis and others were killed in the horrific terror attacks launched by Hamas against Israel, with over 250 people taken hostage. For all those affected, these have been 100 days of heartache and anguish. Nothing can justify the deliberate killing, injuring, kidnapping of civilians, the use of sexual violence against them, or the indiscriminate launching of rockets towards civilian targets. I once again demand the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. In the interim, they must be treated humanely and allowed to receive visits and assistance from the Red Cross. Last week in Davos, I had another moving meeting with families of hostages, and in this case, even some former hostages themselves. Since the beginning, I have maintained close contact with Qatari and Egyptian authorities on the efforts for their release. And yesterday, I received from the Israeli mission a list of many of the remaining hostages. It was also reported yesterday that Israel is proposing a 2-month pause in hostilities in exchange for a phased release of all remaining hostages. I will continue in my limited capacity to pursue all efforts to contribute to their release. Excellencies, the past 100 days have been heartbreaking and catastrophic for Palestinian civilians in Gaza. More than 25,000 people, mainly women and children, have reportedly been killed in operations launched by Israeli forces, and more than 60,000 others have been reportedly injured. In recent days, the military offensive has intensified in Khan Yunis, with many additional casualties. The entire population of Gaza is enduring destruction at a scale and speed without parallel in recent history. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. Excellencies, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is appalling. With winter bearing down, 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza face inhumane, squalid conditions, struggling to simply make it through another day without proper shelter, heating, sanitary facilities, food, and drinking water. Everyone in Gaza is hungry, with a quarter of Gaza's population, more than 500,000 people, grappling with catastrophic levels of food insecurity. Meanwhile, nearly 1.5 million people are now crammed inside Rafah governorate. Disease is spreading as the health system collapses. Only 16 of Gaza's 36 hospitals are even partly functional. That means the people of Gaza not only risk being killed or injured by relentless bombardments, they also run a growing chance of contracting infectious diseases like hepatitis I, dysentery, cholera. Without functioning hospitals and with minimal opportunities for patients to exit Gaza, thousands suffering from chronic diseases like cancer and kidney failure are at risk of dying. A functioning medical evacuation system is urgently needed. Excellencies, in the face of colossal human suffering and enormous obstacles, our United Nations humanitarian operations are striving to deliver. Tragically, 153 of our colleagues have been killed, a source of bottomless grief for us all. At the same time, the women and men of the United Nations, alongside our partners in Gaza, are working heroically every day to reach people in need. Many have lost loved ones and left behind shattered homes. They have been distributing ready-to-eat meals and other food items to shelters. They are supporting the very few bakeries that are still functioning. They are delivering medicines, medical supplies, bottled water and tracked water, hygiene kits and cleaning kits, tents, tarpaulin sheets and blankets, but in quantities that are far from enough. In the south, food distributions are helping to bring down prices, and 250,000 Palestinians in Gaza were able to buy bread at a subsidized price. I welcome the agreement facilitated by Qatar and France of an operation to deliver additional medicines and healthcare supplies to civilians in Gaza and to hostages held in Gaza. They also welcome Israel's announcement that it will allow a United Nations assessment mission to the north, but that mission is on hold because of renewed fighting. Under Secretary General Sigrid Kaag started her work as Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza on 8 January, in line with Security Council Resolution 2720. She visited Gaza today and will update you next week on her overall efforts. I ask all parties to the conflict to cooperate with her as demanded by the Security Council. Excellencies, let's face it, despite all the efforts I described, no effective humanitarian aid operation can function under the conditions that have been forced on Palestinians in Gaza and those doing everything possible to help them. The quantity of aid is highly insufficient in light of needs. It is fantasy to think that 2.2 million people can survive on aid alone. Basic commodities from the private sector must enter in meaningful quantities, as they did for many years before the current fighting. This is essential to address rising needs and avert both a complete breakdown and ever-mounting death toll. For our part, we are determined to do much more to scale up the distribution of food items, tents and shelter materials, medicines, clean water and spare parts to repair critical sanitation infrastructure. Excellencies, humanitarian delivery is not an exercise of counting trucks. It is about ensuring the right volume and quality of assistance reaches people in need in line with Security Council Resolution 2720. But to be able to do our work, a set of operational requirements must be met. We need safety. We are operating in a war zone. The current humanitarian notification mechanisms do not offer any real confidence for operations and planning humanitarian responses. A number of serious incidents have shown how these essential mechanisms need to be substantially improved. Safety also entails reliable and cleared roads inside Gaza and unimpeded crossings and checkpoints. We need to be equipped to do our job. This includes telecommunications equipment, so convoys can communicate with each other, armored vehicles and protective gear, given the ongoing hostilities and widespread contamination with explosives remnants of war, far greater logistical capacity, spare parts for infrastructure such as desalination plants and other critical humanitarian items. We are grateful to Member States for their funding support. We are finally seeing a few signs of progress in the authorization of entry permits for certain goods and some measures to reduce screening and crossing times. But we still face a cumbersome process of verifications and multiple unjustified rejections of desperately needed items. We need more crossing points into Gaza to reduce congestion and avoid checkpoints. The provision of aid to Gaza via the Ashdod port in Israel must also resume. A first shipment of flour reached Gaza from Ashdod, but much more is required. We need access to the north. In the first 2 weeks of January, out of 29 planned humanitarian missions to deliver life-saving supplies north of Wadi Gaza, only 7 were accomplished fully or partially. The majority of missions were denied access by Israel. After over 100 days of operations in the north, insecurity and fighting has continued. And we need visas. Dozens of humanitarians have been waiting for months to receive their visas from the government of Israel. I call for rapid, safe, unhindered, expanded and sustained humanitarian access throughout Gaza. And I repeat my call for an end to all violations of international humanitarian law. The use of human shields is unacceptable, as are the unprecedented levels of devastation and civilian killings. I am also deeply troubled by reports of Israel's inhumane treatment of Palestinians detained during military operations. Excellencies, I renew my appeal for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. This will ensure sufficient aid gets to where it is needed, facilitate the release of hostages, and help lower the tensions around the Middle East. War and misery in Gaza are fueling turmoil far beyond. We are seeing dangerous developments across the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where tensions are off the charts, with a dramatic increase in casualties. Dozens of Palestinians are being arrested daily. Over 6,000 Palestinians were detained since 7th October, with many subsequently released. And settler violence is also another major concern. The demolition and seizure of Palestinian-owned houses and other structures continues, and the Palestinian economy is in crisis. Israel's withholding of a significant portion of Palestinian tax revenues, the continued prohibition of nearly all Palestinian workers entering Israel since 7th October, and severe movement and access restrictions across the West Bank are all contributing to soaring unemployment and poverty. I hope that ongoing negotiations will allow for the full payment of employees of the Palestinian Authority. Excellencies, the risks of broader regional escalation are now becoming a reality. Turning to the north, daily exchanges of fire across the Blue Line, including strikes on civilian areas, have killed 6 Israelis and 25 Lebanese civilians and driven tens of thousands from their homes on both sides. The risk of miscalculation is dangerously high. I urge all parties to refrain from aggressive rhetoric and to immediately end activities that could further inflame tensions. My special coordinators and I continue our extensive outreach to all key stakeholders to reduce regional tensions, and I welcome the efforts of the United States and several European and Arab governments for a negotiated de-escalation. The situation in the Red Sea is also deeply worrying. Houthi attacks are disrupting global trade. These have been followed by airstrikes by the United States and the United Kingdom on Houthi positions in Yemen. De-escalation is essential, and all attacks on merchant and commercial vessels in the Red Sea must cease immediately. Meanwhile, there are almost daily attacks on facilities hosting US and international coalition forces in Iraq and Syria. In response, the United States has launched airstrikes targeting individuals and groups suspected of these actions. And in Syria, airstrikes that Iran and Syria have attributed to Israel have targeted officials of Hamas and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. I urge all parties to step back from the brink and to consider the horrendous human cost of a regional conflict. Beyond the need for immediate de-escalation, each situation demands the implementation of a clear political roadmap that would contribute to long-term regional stability. In Syria, that is the UN-facilitated political solution in line with Security Council Resolution 2254 that meets the needs of all Syrians. Along the Blue Line, we need full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. and Yemen, the establishment of a UN roadmap to implement the commitments made by the parties and prepare for a Yemeni-owned inclusive political process under UN auspices. Excellencies, a lasting end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only come through a two-state solution. Israelis must see their legitimate needs for security materialized, and Palestinians must see their legitimate aspirations for a fully independent, viable, and sovereign state realized in line with United Nations resolutions, international law, and previous agreements. Israel's occupation must end. Excellencies, last week's clear and repeated rejection of the two-state solution at the highest level of the Israeli government is unacceptable. And this was despite the strongest appeals from even the friends of Israel, including those sitting around this table. This refusal and the denial of the right to statehood to the Palestinian people would indefinitely prolong a conflict that has become a major threat to global peace and security. It would exacerbate polarization and embolden extremists everywhere. The right of the Palestinian people to build their own fully independent state must be recognized by all, and any refusal to accept the two-state solution by any party must be firmly rejected. What is the alternative? How would a one-state solution look with such a large number of Palestinians inside, without any real sense of freedom, rights, and dignity? This would be inconceivable. The two-state solution is the only way to address the legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the role of the international community is clear. We must unite to support Israelis and Palestinians so that they can take strong steps in favor of a true peace process. Over the last 2 decades, the two-state solution has been criticized, denigrated, and left for dead time and again. Nonetheless, it is and it remains the only way to achieve a lasting and equitable peace in Israel, in Palestine, and across the entire region. As we have tragically seen over the last 3 months, it's also the only way out of the endless cycle of fear, hatred, and violence. This terrible period for Israelis and Palestinians must encourage the parties to the conflict and the international community to act with courage and determination to achieve a just and lasting peace. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Riyad al-Maliki, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Observer State of Palestine. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to thank France and you, Mr. Minister, for convening the Security Council at ministerial level as we meet once again in the shadows of the deadly Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people, which continues unabated, taking thousands of innocent civilian lives, destroying everything in its path, and threatening regional and international peace and security. Allow me also to thank the Secretary General for his briefing, but more importantly, for his relentless efforts in pursuit of an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, the protection of civilians, and the provision of desperately needed humanitarian assistance. Under his leadership, the United Nations agencies on the ground have persisted in their valiant efforts to perform their sacred mission in the most impossible of circumstances. These circumstances are impossible by design. They are not the result of a natural disaster or a regrettable consequence of the war, but rather a premeditated effort to inflict maximum pain on the Palestinian population by combining 3 factors. 1, the most savage and indiscriminate bombing campaign in the post-World War II era. 2, massive destruction and cruel siege, depriving the population of the essentials for its survival, leading to the spread of famine, dehydration, disease, destitution, and despair. 3, forcible displacement at a scale and speed not witnessed in modern history, with virtually the entire Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip, 70% of whom are refugees from the 1948 Nakba, displaced often multiple times in desperate search of safety anywhere, yet faced with death and devastation everywhere. No home, hospital, school, mosque, church, or UNRWA shelter is safe from Israel's bombardment. 2,000-ton bombs dropped with no care whatsoever for civilian lives, more than 25,000 of whom have been killed, including over 11,000 children, more than 63,000 injured, thousands permanently maimed and disabled, and more than 7,000 buried under the rubble. Dozens more will be killed in the hours that this council meets, and thousands more as the council continues being prevented from calling for an immediate ceasefire. This is an assault. This is an assault of atrocities, atrocities that shock and shame the human conscience. In making this determination, the faith of the perpetrators is irrelevant. The faith of the victims is irrelevant. What matters only are the countless innocent lives destroyed and the valiant shattering of the laws enacted post-World War II to preserve humanity. Mr. President, from Kampala, where the global South was gathered, to Brussels, where Arab ministers met their European counterparts, to the United Nations in New York, the world is calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. A ceasefire is indispensable to achieve what the Security Council has called for: protection of civilians, safe and unhindered humanitarian access and humanitarian assistance at scale throughout the Gaza Strip, release of those held captive, rejection of forced displacement, and the achievement of peace consistent with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, on one side, there is the will of the international community, and on the other side, the whims of an Israeli prime minister driven by a single goal: his own political survival, at the expense of the survival of millions of Palestinians under Israel's illegal occupation and peace and security for all. There is a dividing line between those who want peace and those who are determined to prevent it. The latter believe there is a people too many in our region, while the former believe there is an independent state too long denied its rightful place among the community of nations and its people denied their inalienable right to self-determination. For the leaders at the helm in Israel, the Palestinian people are a people too many. They deny their existence, their rights, their humanity, whether in Gaza, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, or the Palestinian refugees or the Palestinian prisoners. They do not see our people as an empirical and political reality to coexist with, but as a demographic threat to get rid of through death, displacement, or subjugation. These are the choices they offer us: genocide, ethnic cleansing, or apartheid. I know some here are uncomfortable with these words, but they are the reality that we live under. And trust me, you should be much more concerned with the existence of that reality than the words used to describe it. Mr. President, there are only two paths ahead. One that starts with Palestinian freedom and leads to shared peace and security in our region, or one that continues denying this freedom and dooms our region to further bloodshed and endless conflict. The Arab world has been unequivocal in choosing the first path, the one that enjoys support by the international community as a whole. Meanwhile, Netanyahu boasts publicly and repeatedly that he played a key role in preventing the independence of the Palestinian state and peace in our region, and pledges to continue doing so. Israel should no longer entertain the illusion that there is somehow a third path whereby it can choose continued occupation and colonialism and apartheid and somehow still achieve regional peace and security. This is not a viable path, nor a legitimate path. Our people are not less deserving of freedom, security, and peace. Our children's lives are not less sacred. Our cause is just, and resilience, and the resilience and steadfastness of our people, their sumud, is epic and worthy of the international solidarity they have received from across the globe. But as Mahmoud Darwish has said, their hope is for a normal life, where they are neither heroes nor victims, a life where they are able to live, to thrive, to see their children grow, see them be and come whatever they wish to be. They should not have to fight every day for their survival, for their most basic and most fundamental rights, for their simple dream to live in freedom and dignity on their ancestor land. The Nakba should not be prolonged any further, nor repeated time and time again. It must come to an immediate end. It is time for international law and UN resolutions to be respected fully and for non-compliance to be penalized. It is time for accountability. Justice is paramount. It is the foundation of any sustainable peace. Attempts to frame the pursuit of justice as somehow contradictory to peace must cease. It is time to convene an international peace conference with a clear objective, upholding international law and implementing UN resolutions through resolute action by all states, organizations, and the UN. It is time for recognizing the admission of the State of Palestine to the UN. We were not granted a veto right over Israel's admission to the United Nations 75 years ago. Israel does not have a veto right over the admission of the State of Palestine 75 years later. The international consensus on two states in this land must be upheld in word and deed. There can be no more pretext for endless delay and obstruction. The disregard for Palestinian life, for international law, for the regional and international will to bring about just and lasting peace should no longer be tolerated. We are running out of time. There are two choices: spreading fire or a ceasefire. The alternative to freedom, justice, and peace is what is happening now. We must make sure it stops now, and we must make sure it never happens again. Never again. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Maliki for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at the outset, I wish to thank France and to congratulate you on your recent appointment and wish you the best in your crucial position. Today, you have a historic opportunity to shift the focus of this Council to the real and grave security threats. The Middle East is suffering from a cancer, and up until today, the Security Council has only ever discussed providing aspirin. Cancer, Mr. President, is not treated with aspirin. The time has come for this Council to address and eliminate the root of this cancer, and not only its side effects. Distinguished Council members and colleagues, we live in a backwards world. 18 years ago, Israel fully withdrew from Gaza in hopes to build trust with the Palestinians and chart a path towards a joint future. Instead, the Palestinians voted in the Hamas terror organization, and since then, under the UN's nose and its agencies, Hamas has exploited international aid and turned Gaza into the war machine that it is. Hamas dug hundreds of miles of terror tunnels and manufactured tens of thousands of rockets. Hamas did not hide its genocidal goals of annihilating Israel. The world knew this, the UN knew this. On October 7th, Hamas's agenda of Jewish genocide became a reality. My people were deliberately butchered. 1,200 murdered in a single day. 240 children, men, women, and the elderly taken hostage. This act of sheer evil was proportionally 20 times bigger than 9/11, 20 times. And Hamas leadership have publicly sworn to commit such massacre again and again and again until Israel is destroyed. Yet, shockingly, many here on the Security Council are advocating for a permanent ceasefire, while giving no thought to the implications. What do you think will happen if there is a ceasefire? I will tell you what will happen. Hamas will remain in power, they will regroup and rearm, and soon Israelis will face another attempted Holocaust. Is this the outcome you seek for all of us? That once again Israel will be forced to carry out another defensive operation in Gaza? Do you truly expect us to leave our hostages in Hamas terror tunnels? As long as Hamas remains in power, a very dark future is inevitable for all of us. How can you call for a ceasefire and mention a solution to the conflict at the same time? This is a complete oxymoron. You cannot have both. It's impossible. Hamas seeks to annihilate Israel, and if you support a position that will leave Hamas in power, you cannot pretend to wish for a solution to the conflict. The past 18 years have proven this. But dear friends, there is a formula that can end the bloodshed, and if the Council stands united behind it, then it will materialize. Should Hamas turn in those responsible for October 7th, and should Hamas release all the hostages, this war would be over immediately. This is not a war that Israel chose, but we will defend our future just as each of you would defend the future of your country. Colleagues, today's meeting demonstrates the pinnacle of the UN's absurdity. Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad are vile terrorists, but these forces of terror are a mere symptom of the true security threat in the region and beyond. There is a regime responsible for sponsoring 90% of Hamas's terror budget, as well as arming them and training them. This is the same regime that supplies Hezbollah with precision missiles and provides the Houthis with ballistic missiles. And all this is carried out in order to wreak havoc and instability in the Middle East. And soon, these acts of terror will be carried out under a nuclear umbrella. Yet, the Council basically ignores this enormous threat, the threat that is the Ayatollah regime of Iran. How absurd is it that the foreign minister of the #1 state sponsor of terrorism that aspires to destabilize the Middle East is here today to address the Council? Can you imagine Hitler's foreign minister participating in a serious discussion on how to defend the Jews during the Holocaust? This is an upside-down world. The representative of a regime that publicly calls for the annihilation of the State of Israel publicly is advising on how to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a truly upside-down world. Colleagues, we hear calls to avoid a spillover of the conflict. I want to clarify. This spillover is not happening magically. It was planned and instructed. The person directly responsible for the terror attacks throughout the region for this spillover since October 7th will be sitting here soon. Minister Abdelhayan represents the regime that arms and instructs Hezbollah to target our civilians. He represents the regime that transfers weapons and intelligence to the Houthis. Without Iran, the Houthis would not have advanced cruise missiles or UAVs to target merchant vessels in the Red Sea. Look at this picture. These are Iranian weapons that were seized by the US Navy on their way to the Houthis. This is clear proof of who is masterminding this so-called spillover. Mr. Secretary General, has Iran's foreign minister come here to be held accountable? We all know the answer. Iran always stands in the shadows and pulls the strings. They always claim deniability, but the evidence is right here, just like in many other cases. Will the Council finally address the real threat to regional security? Mr. President, every country in the region has been affected by Iran's tentacles of terror. Saudi Arabia has been attacked with Iranian-supplied UAVs and ballistic missiles. The United Arab Emirates suffered several drone and missile attacks on its soil, including a strike on the Abu Dhabi airport. And recent Iranian strikes in Iraq, Syria, and Pakistan are further proof that Iran will stop at nothing to expand its Shiite hegemony. In Lebanon, just as in Yemen, Iraq, and Syria, Iran is the architect of instability. Even the people of Iran themselves suffer daily, and you know it. The Iranian regime murders women, murders innocent protesters, and just yesterday, another innocent Iranian, Muhammad Qubadlu, was executed. And while innocent Iranians swing from the gallows, Minister Abdelhayan will sit here and lecture us on the sanctity of human life. Iran is even responsible for arming and training the Polisario Front to carry out terror attacks in Morocco. And its hegemonic ambitions can be felt in Sudan, Mali, and Niger as well. But Iran's terror doesn't end only in the Middle East or Africa. Albania was hit with an Iranian cyber attack. And as we all know, Iranian drones are being used by Russia to kill civilians in Ukraine. Iran's terror will reach all of you. We all know this, even Russia, who collaborates with Iran. If the Council continues to focus only on providing aid to Gaza, which is truly important, it is important to provide aid to Gaza, but ignores the root of the dire threat to the Middle East and the world, the Iranian threat, then, Mr. President, our collective future will be a very dark, radical Shiite future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. Mr. Secretary General, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I took the initiative to organize this ministerial-level Security Council debate under our presidency. I'd like to thank the Secretary General for his strong statement, and I would like in a national capacity also to refer to the tragic situation in Gaza and to the risk of a regional conflagration, because this risk is real. In light of what is being played out between Israelis and Palestinians, there are two possible options for this council. There is, on the one hand, the choice that is being made by some here, that is the choice of division, argument, one-upmanship, the choice of fanning the flames, the choice of those who invade their neighbour, violate its sovereignty in Ukraine as in the Middle East, and seek division rather than unity here. I, for my part, will make a different choice by saying two things. We must stand alongside both Israelis and Palestinians, and we can and we must say difficult things to both sides. France is acting for the good of both peoples, for peace. France is a friend of Israel, just as it is a friend of the Palestinian people. Hence, I must say to Israel, which understands the friendship of the French people, that there must be a Palestinian state, and that violence towards the Palestinian people, particularly those committed by extremist settlers, must end, and that international law applies to everyone. And I'd like to say to the Palestinian representatives that they understand France's historic commitment to a Palestinian state, and that we will continue to fight against terrorism firmly and with determination. There can be no ambiguity regarding Israel's right to live in peace and security and to exercise its right to self-defense against terrorism. And it is as a friend that France says to both sides that the path ahead will be difficult for all. For all. 3 principles will guide France's action within this Council in the coming days and weeks, and I will spell them out here. Firstly, the principle of humanity. All of the hostages must be immediately, unconditionally released. This is an urgent need. We've constantly called for it, and this Council has also very clearly called for it. And through this principle of humanity, we must unequivocally condemn and without further delay the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October. These were massive, barbarous, heinous attacks. They were attacks committed by terrorists. Our Council must also open its eyes to the sexual violence that these terrorists used as weapons of war. In the name of this principle of humanity, I say again, we must act in favour of the civilian population in Gaza, and we must establish a ceasefire. The suffering that they have experienced is appalling, and France is one of those within this Council that is acting. The President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, took the initiative to hold an international humanitarian conference. 1 billion euros in humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza was announced there. And once again, I'd like to appeal today to all international partners to remain mobilized. France is now one of the main supporters of civilians in Gaza, in particular because we have massively stepped up the French contribution to UNRWA. Of the 100 million in humanitarian aid that France announced for Gaza in November, more than half of it will be channeled through UNRWA. In 2024, we will further support Palestinians by mobilizing an additional 100 million euros. We're also taking tangible steps in the region. 1,000 tons of cargo have moved through Egypt. 1,000 medical interventions have been delivered in full cooperation with Egypt on the naval vessel Dixmude. We've also parachuted humanitarian cargo into Gaza with the assistance of Jordan. The Council, in its 2 humanitarian resolutions, set out some requirements, and they must be respected. We hear the suffering of the women, men, and the children of Gaza. We hear the powerlessness of humanitarian workers, civilians, civilian infrastructure, hospitals, and schools must be protected. Humanitarian workers, both of the United Nations, the ICRC, and other organizations on the ground, must also be able to be protected. I'd like to pay tribute to their courage, their commitment, and their devotion. I'd like to say to them that France will continue to support them tirelessly, and we will not give up. I'd also like to say that they must be able to use all necessary crossing points and deliver vital supplies and up to the north of the Gaza Strip, beyond Wadi Gaza. We must immediately work on a lasting ceasefire, which alone will bring an end to this suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, the second principle that will guide France's action is justice. This war and this atrocious suffering obliges us and obliges this Council to act. It is our duty to do our utmost to seek a political solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. To do this, we must relaunch the peace process, and we must do so in a decisive and credible manner. We understand the parameters of the solution, that is, two states living side by side in peace and security within safe, recognized borders along the lines, 1967 lines, with each having Jerusalem as its capital. This is the framework set out in international law. It's also France's constant position. And it's also why it isn't for Israel nor for anyone else to decide for Palestinians how they will be governed tomorrow, nor the scope of their sovereignty. And in this two-state solution, we must also, starting now, think about the future of Gaza. As I was saying, it's not for Israel to decide as to the fate of the Palestinian population in Gaza, nor where they should live on their land. It falls to the Palestinian Authority that we support to be able to fully exercise its full authority. And in order to ensure that this becomes a reality, the UN has and will have an important role to play. In this regard, I would like to congratulate Ms. Sigrid Kaag for her appointment as coordinator for humanitarian action and reconstruction in Gaza. The full international community must be mobilized to rebuild Gaza. The situation in the West Bank requires our full attention. The violence perpetrated by settlers against the Palestinian civilian population is unacceptable. Once again, we condemn this violence. It must immediately end. With its partners, France will, at the right time, take necessary initiatives so that this Council is seized of all of these political issues. Finally, the third principle of our action will be the principle of responsibility in the light of risks of further escalation. We must do our utmost to avoid a regional conflagration and further expansion of the conflict. Some might be tempted to use groups subordinate to them to add to the chaos and to further undermine the stability of the region. We have a warning for them. We are particularly concerned by the heightening tensions around the blue line. We call on the parties to exercise strict restraint and to do their utmost to bring a definitive end to the escalation. UNIFIL must be allowed to exercise its mandate in good conditions. We're also concerned by the attacks committed by the Houthis in the Red Sea. These are extremely serious violations of international law and trade. France will continue to shoulder its responsibilities, and in the same vein, we condemn violations of Iraq's sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, France will continue to work and to take initiative to ensure that our Council discusses all of the facets of this crisis so that it can finally condemn the barbarous attacks of the 7th of October, so that international humanitarian law is respected and responds to the needs of the Gazan civilian population. And to finally advance in the two-state solution, you can count on our commitment. Thank you.
Je reprends donc mes...
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad of Algeria. You have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Thank you, President. At the outset, I cannot but express to you, within the framework of this debate here at the Council, I cannot but transmit to you a message from the President of our Republic, Ahmed Tebboune. The message I have to convey to you is a message of gratitude and recognition vis-à-vis the Secretary-General, António Guterres. We also have a message of gratitude to the various UN bodies for all of the efforts they've undertaken so as to alleviate the suffering owing to the tragedy in Gaza. The objective being to heal those wounds, to put an end to the outpouring of blood. This same message is also comprised of our recognition and our support as you continue your efforts, despite attempts to dent your credibility and your standing. You're continuing despite the provocations of an occupying power whose tyranny knows no bounds. Mr. Secretary General, you have our utmost respect and encouragement. At the same time, we bow down before all those who have served the cause of humanity under the flag of the United Nations, all those who gave their lives in Gaza in defense of the loftiest ideas. In a similar vein, we pray for martyrs to rest in peace. They fell for a particular cause. They fell for their motherland, and their cause is our cause. The aggression in Gaza is about to enter its 5th month. The possibility to dissuade the occupying power Israel, to dissuade it from continuing this aggression, seems very far off. This is why all of humanity must, meeting here in this chamber, must confront 3 key challenges. The first challenge is ensuring respect for resolutions, for laws and other legislation it is unacceptable for us to tolerate grave violations of the aforementioned decisions, especially given that United Nations members have worked to ensure peaceful and civilized coexistence between the members. The second challenge is the following. We need to ensure that no member believes that they deserve better treatment than others. None should receive special treatment. Exemptions, exceptions, selective privileges, and unjustified and unacceptable immunities. That is the second challenge. The third challenge is the need to compel Israel, the colonizing power, to compel Israel to uphold international law and to put an end to this situation whereby impunity and the absence of accountability run amok. We must put an end to all of this and do so in a decisive fashion. Algeria would like to welcome efforts that have been undertaken to put an end to this privileged treatment, this favoritism that's been proffered to some. We welcome the excellent, the valiant initiatives that have been put forward, the objective being to put an end to this situation, to compel the occupying power Israel to shoulder its responsibilities. I am referring to the initiative of the President, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, to bring together lawyers as well as various organizations, international judicial bodies, so as to bring to justice the occupying power Israel, and to do this in international bodies. I'd also like to refer to South Africa's initiative in particular. South Africa has petitioned the International Court of Justice in response to the genocidal war that is underway in Gaza. There's also another initiative, Chile's initiative, Mexico's initiative. They have filed a complaint with the ICC, the International Criminal Court, given the very serious crimes being committed by Israel in Gaza. All of these initiatives deserve recognition and support because they represent a step in the right direction. we call on these various bodies, these international judicial bodies, to uphold their responsibilities and to implement their mandate. We insist that everyone, in particular all Security Council members, must shoulder their political and security responsibilities. Indeed, the Security Council is the primary body tasked with upholding international peace and security. Given the responsibilities and duties that are invoked, given the situation in Gaza, there can be no doubt that what is of utmost priority is ensuring an immediate ceasefire. Day in, day out, we see attempts to find justifications for what is happening. We see dithering. We see attempts to postpone this ceasefire. And this ceasefire has not been given the attention it deserves. What we need today is to put an end to the aggression, to the genocide, to the displacement of civilians, to attempts to starve, to destroy in Gaza. Today, there's been talk of post-war arrangements. There's no use talking about these arrangements unless we meet the challenges we mentioned earlier. Diplomatic efforts are being made to put an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict in an effective fashion. There can be no doubt about it. What is happening in Gaza today compels us to act, and to do so swiftly, so as to address the root causes of the conflict and to collectively achieve a two-state solution within the collective framework of the international community to ensure just, lasting and comprehensive peace. We've heard Israel reject this solution, and it is therefore incumbent upon the Security Council and UN agencies, the UN, to respond and to do so firmly. Israel's position is a sign of flagrant disrespect for international law. This is why today we call for Palestine to accede to the United Nations as a fully fledged member. This request was put forward by the non-aligned movement, the NAM, so as to maintain the very foundations of the two-state solution. This is a necessary initiative that will help us to lock in the legal basis for an independent and sovereign Palestinian state within 1967 borders with Jerusalem as its capital. My country is calling for a novel approach so as to achieve peace and a comprehensive, equitable solution to the question of Palestine. Indeed, it is absolutely vital to face up to the illusions which are being disseminated by the occupying power, Israel. Israel claims that it can safeguard its security by thwarting Palestine's national project. We must put an end to the campaign waged by the occupying power, Israel, which is confiscating Palestinian lands, which is annexing them. The occupying power, Israel, is encouraging settlers to spread so as to prevent the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state. At this fateful time, we must put the brakes on the Israeli occupation and once again combat the illusions being disseminated by the occupying power, Israel. Israel is trying to build a bigger, greater Israel on the ruins of the Palestinian national project. Given the foregoing, Algeria would like to reiterate its historic demand, rather request, for the convening of an international peace conference under UN auspices. The objective being to achieve a definitive, lasting solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict, with due respect for international law and for the achievement of the two-state solution, with the necessary follow-up and the necessary assurances. After everything that's happened in Gaza, we can't go back to the situation that prevailed before. After everything that's happened in Gaza, we cannot simply manage the ramifications of this war without any regard for the root causes for this war. In particular, it's unacceptable for peace and security in the Middle East for this objective to be held hostage by the occupation, the Israeli occupation. Israel is doing whatever it wants. This objective, peace and security, is being used by Israel to exert pressure. It's being used by Israel to get the results it wants. This means that there are lessons to be learned in Gaza, and this is what should prompt us to act. Thank you, President. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Tanja Fajon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia. You have the floor.
I would like to start by thanking the Secretary General for his briefing, and to you, Mr. Minister, for organizing this high-level debate. My message today is clear, and it is only one. We need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in the region. So let me try to explain our reasoning behind the call for a ceasefire. Only a ceasefire respected by all parties to the conflict will bring about the protection of civilians. Over 100 days of the conflict have led to too many civilian casualties on all sides. 1 in every 100 Palestinians in Gaza has been killed. And enough is enough. The vast majority of those killed in Gaza are women and children. They are starving in overcrowded and unsafe shelters with a collapsed health system. Only a ceasefire will enable the delivery of humanitarian assistance at the scale required. The humanitarian community has an impossible mission while facing a multitude of challenges. If we want humanity to prevail, we must lay the foundations for a meaningful humanitarian action, and it's our collective responsibility. Only a ceasefire will provide for creating the conditions for the safe return of displaced people. Let me be clear that we reject and condemn statements by Israeli officials proposing the mass displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. However, we are also deeply concerned about the conditions internally displaced Palestinians in Gaza are living in. People are forced to flee and flee again, being pushed to safe zones which are later bombed. We need conditions for safe returns on all sides in Gaza, the West Bank, Israel, and Lebanon. Only a ceasefire and a renewed vision of a two-state solution will prevent the proliferation of extremism and extremist ideologies. Slovenia condemns all forms of terror, and Slovenia condemns the terrorist attacks of Hamas on 7 October, their continuing attacks on Israel, and we repeat our call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and for granting the ICRC access to them. A ceasefire has to bring them home. And only a ceasefire will bring about the conditions for peace. The current hostilities and decades-long tensions are providing neither peace nor security for anyone in the region. There is no military solution to the conflict, and the only way to peace is a two-state solution. I therefore repeat my call to start preparing an international peace conference to address all the puzzle pieces of a two-state solution in a comprehensive manner. We have to be serious about that. We, as the Security Council, need to push forward discussions about the day after. Gaza and West Bank belongs to Palestinians. A ceasefire will also enable accountability. We cannot turn a blind eye to all the violations which have taken place in recent months. From the terrorist attack on 7th of October and accounts of sexual violence by Hamas to all violations of international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law. A strong international legal system is a guarantee for international peace and security. Only a ceasefire would calm and help to calm the region. During my last speech at this council, I spoke of potential spillover. I'm afraid this conflict has already generated or served as a pretext to generate further escalation in the West Bank, along the Blue Line and in the Red Sea. We condemn Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, which must immediately cease. Freedom of navigation and maritime security are critically important for the movement of essential goods, including food, fuel, and critical humanitarian assistance intended to reach populations across the world. Tensions in the regions are mounting, and we will soon reach a point of no return. A ceasefire will enable reconstruction of Gaza under the leadership of a revitalized Palestinian Authority with the strong support of the UN and the international community. And with a ceasefire, I mean a process starting with a cessation of hostilities respected by all parties to the conflict and incorporating all of the above, leading to an independent Palestinian state, a safe and secure Israel, a peaceful region, and the people of all countries in the region living free of fear and terror. And Mr. President, 26,000 victims, Palestinian and Israeli alike, are not statistics. Each of them had a life, had family, dreams, hopes, and plans. And the best way for us to show respect to those who have lost their lives in this conflict is to pave the way for peace. It's time for a ceasefire. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Tanja Fajon for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, Federal Councillor and Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by expressing my thanks to the Secretary-General for his presentation. I'd also like to express my sincere condolences to him for the loss of his 153 humanitarian colleagues. Excellencies, Switzerland shares the principles of humanity and peace that guide the Security Council's action. We reiterate our unequivocal condemnation of Hamas's attacks on Israel and demand the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas. Statements recurrently made in this room remind us that we have reached a level of extreme hatred and suffering in the Middle East. At a time when, since October the 7th, there seems to be no limit to the violence in Israel, in Gaza, and all of the occupied Palestinian territory, I'm particularly concerned by one question. What can we do? This Council has, of course, adopted 2 essential resolutions, yet we have not managed to implement them. In fact, only one part of the hostages has been released. Civilians continue to fall victim to the fighting every day. International humanitarian law continues to be violated constantly, and this on the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. Ladies and gentlemen, when we see that despite all our efforts, despite all the energy this Council has put into adopting these 2 resolutions, when we see that the violence continues, only one word comes to mind, that is frustration. But we cannot give in to frustration. We cannot let ourselves be discouraged. In the face of such a degree of inhumanity, we have no right to do so. If we are to work together to find a solution and to be able to shoulder our responsibilities, we need to take a step back and confront without taboo the obstacles that are preventing this Council from fulfilling its mandate. I'd like to emphasize 3 key points that must be taken into account on the road leading to a lasting peace in the Middle East. First, the world has changed. The Middle East is no longer what it was at the time of the Camp David or Oslo agreements. States in the region have notably evolved. They are expressing legitimate aspirations. These states today want to play a key role. No lasting peace in the Middle East will be possible, therefore, without a regional political consensus. Second, Israel has developed a new regional diplomatic dynamic. I see this as a sign that political common ground does exist, that common interests are mutually recognized for Israeli and Palestinian people alike. Finally, the foundation of a lasting peace remains the creation of a 2-state solution. It is the solution that will give Israelis and Palestinians the prospect of living in peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, allow me now to quote Eleanor Roosevelt. It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it.
And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. Nous ne pouvons pas.
We can no longer afford to manage this conflict. The current impasse in Gaza is proof of this. We've reached a tipping point. We must now take further concrete steps towards a political resolution of this conflict, which has already cost the lives of far too many people. What concrete action can we take? I advocate for a common approach. We must all work towards it, that is, the parties to the conflict, the states in the region. I'd underscore that, and the members of this Council. Together, we must imagine the future on the basis of a comprehensive approach that includes all the key drivers of the conflict. By this, I mean the release of the remaining hostages, a humanitarian ceasefire, unimpeded access for humanitarian aid, unimpeded respect for international humanitarian law. All this against the backdrop of a political solution. I'm well aware that these elements are part of the concerns of this Council. But we need to work on them as part of a new peace geography. Mr. President, your country, France, is the cradle of the Lumière. I'm sure that you'll understand my approach, which sees critical thinking and questioning as important drivers motivating us to move forward beyond the obstacles to reach the light, which is peace. I'm convinced that all of us here at the United Nations have the capacity to come together, to change our perspectives. Some might think this is utopian, but I prefer utopia to dystopia. Together with you, with the Israelis, the Palestinians, and the states of the region, Switzerland is ready to play its part in this difficult but vital process towards peace. We stand ready to bring together the key actors in this conflict and to support every effort paving the way to peace, which includes, for instance, the peace plan announced yesterday by the European Union. Thank you.
Je remercie
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kassi for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Mr. Lavrov, over to you.
Благодарю вас, господин.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, today we're holding a meeting about the situation in the Middle East, specifically on the Palestinian question. Our meeting, our discussion, is taking place at a truly dramatic time, not just from the viewpoint of geopolitics, but from the viewpoint of the morality of humanity, which compels us to take urgent measures to ensure a ceasefire and to end the suffering of people in Palestine. What's equally needed is steps towards avoiding a further destabilization of the situation in other parts of the Middle East. To date, the Council has not managed to mount an appropriate response to this truly fateful challenge, and we know the reason. It's the position of the US. The US has blocked all efforts and initiatives geared towards ending the bloodshed on occupied territory. What's shocking is just how wily American diplomacy is. It oscillates between vetoing resolutions about the ceasefire and calling, at the same time, calling for a reduction in the intensity of hostilities in Gaza. Without a doubt, this serves as carte blanche for the ongoing collective punishment of Palestinians. The day before this meeting, we made yet another attempt to achieve a response that stands in solidarity, a response on the part of the Council. We suggested adopting a presidential statement demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. And yet the US and their allies blocked this document as well, thereby confirming that saving the lives of Palestinian civilians is not among their priorities. The humanitarian consequences of this policy are truly horrific. Almost 30,000 civilians have perished, including a large number of women and children. Northern Gaza has been practically entirely destroyed. It's practically uninhabitable. 80% of people in the Gaza Strip are IDPs. It's a true humanitarian tragedy, and there's no end in sight. There are shortages of all basic essentials on an abhorrent scale. I'd also like to draw your attention to a Jerusalem Post article dated 5th January 2024. It was penned by a professor from Ben-Gurion University, Ms. Meksan. She previously worked as a coordinator at the WHO, focusing on emergencies. The article draws on assessments from environmental experts, including Israeli experts. And according to these assessments, there are doubts that Gaza will be inhabitable one day after the conflict ends as a result of the bombardments, the soil, the subsoil, coastal waters, the air. All of them have been polluted on an unprecedented scale by the bombardments, by the chemicals that have been released, by the biomass, which is now rotting, as awful as that sounds, as well as other waste and sewage. There are no more natural, non-artificial water sources. Practically all of the sanitation infrastructure is gone. Roughly 20% of agricultural lands in Gaza will never be restored. We've seen tens of thousands of cases of diarrhea, acute respiratory illnesses, skin diseases, and other diseases as well. We've seen an uptick in the risk of an epidemic. No humanitarian access. The lack of humanitarian access has been recognized by the WHO as the main obstacle to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Specifically, the WHO has had to call off 6 of its planned humanitarian missions in the north of the Gaza Strip, starting from the end of December, because its requests were denied. Requests for access were denied. In order to alleviate the suffering of the people in the Gaza Strip, Russia, like other states, sent hundreds of tons of foodstuffs, medical equipment, and medicines to the Strip. We support the efforts of UN humanitarian agencies on the ground, and it's very unfortunate that they have also fallen victim to the war. Roughly 150 people have died. This is what the SG just told us about, and he said it's unprecedented in the history of the UN's participation in operations in conflict zones. We're particularly disquieted by the promotion of despicable ideas such as the forcible displacement of all Palestinians from their homes. Such a scenario is unacceptable. It should not be allowed to come to pass under any circumstances. What's also necessary is to put an end to the violence being waged by the Israeli army and Jewish settlers in the West Bank. We must also thwart any attempts to undermine status quo of holy sites in Jerusalem. The Council's inability to take exhaustive measures means that the current escalation of the conflict in Palestine has metastasized across the region. Again, not without the nefarious participation of the US and their allies. Their military presence in the Middle East, just like in other parts of Eurasia, is creating new unacceptable risks to international security. We categorically repudiate the wholly unjustified aggression against Yemen, an aggression waged by the US and the UK without Council approval. Their actions are a direct threat to international peace. They're undermining a world order that's based not on the Anglo-Saxons' rules, but on international law, with the UN playing a central role. We also condemn Israel's strikes on Syria. In particular, strikes, the stated targets of which are bodies that are legally operating in Syria. In fact, they were invited by the government. Political assassinations must end. The situation on the Israeli-Lebanese border is also particularly dangerous. This only serves to exacerbate the very difficult situation in the region. It's already dire, and it didn't begin yesterday. It began many, many years ago. What we're referring to are repeated invasions by the US and their satellites in independent states, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of lives lost in Iraq, the destruction of Libyan statehood, the war in Syria, massive refugee flows, and an unprecedented rise in international terrorism. The Russian Federation will not accept terrorism in any shape or form. We categorically condemned attacks on civilians in Israel, which occurred on the 7th of October 2023. In contrast to our Western colleagues who practice double standards, we don't divide extremists into good guys and bad guys, into us and them. We insist on everyone currently detained in Gaza to be freed, irrespective of their nationality and their origin. Increasingly, what we hear are calls, especially from our Western colleagues, calls to focus not on today, but on the day after the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as if the escalation in Gaza had already ceased, as if the situation there no longer merited the Security Council's attention. And yet the cunning logic of Western delegations is obvious. Having blocked all Council efforts to call for a ceasefire, which is so acutely necessary, the US and their allies are trying to turn over this unsavory page in their history, a page in which they are participating in bloodshed being waged against the peaceable people of Gaza. Let me underscore, the UN Security Council needs to continue discharging its mandate and calling for a ceasefire. Otherwise, we have no guarantee that there won't be a resumption in hostilities, even an intensification thereof. Unless we have these guarantees, Just like unless we see unstinting implementation of UN decisions about the establishment of a Palestinian state, all discussions about the day after are not only premature, they're aimless, and potential donors who could invest in the future reconstruction of Gaza understand this full well. When we do come to talking about the parameters of the day after, we should take the following two factors into consideration. They're of principled importance. First of all, the consolidated resolve on the part of the Palestinian people themselves. Palestinians have not had the opportunity to establish a state for decades, and they now deserve for this issue to be resolved. The first and the main prerequisite for this is the unity of the Palestinian nation. We believe that our Palestinian brothers and sisters will exhibit strategic wisdom and will eschew any short-term considerations, any internecine fighting which might impede nation building. Palestinians should decide for themselves what their future state will look like, who will govern and how they will govern in that state. I think that's what our Western colleagues call democracy. Decisions imposed by external forces and our Western colleagues' cherished social engineering are categorically unacceptable. And yet, what's just as important is the unity of all external players. They should be guided not by their political interests in the region. They shouldn't try to pursue these interests through various Palestinian fractions. What they should be governed by is the desire to find the solution to this centuries-old conflict as swiftly as possible. The Russian Federation has made a contribution to achieving this objective. They could become part and parcel of a new effective mediation mechanism which could enjoy the trust of Palestinians and Israelis alike, and we'll continue working on that. Another key factor is the unshakable nature of the two-state formula for settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's imperative that we implement it as soon as possible. We're concerned by the Israeli leadership calling this formula into question. We'd like to draw your attention also to nebulous statements on the part of the State Department about this topic. It seems that Washington is once again relying on its supposedly effective, but in practice defeatist, bilateral diplomacy, hoping to somehow fix favorable parameters of the Middle Eastern settlement in the run-up to the November elections, without any regard for the long-term consequences. We've seen this time and time again. Each time the U.S. pursues its overconfident unilateral policy in the Middle East, their separate shuttle negotiations with regional players, together with the financial promises the U.S. makes, all of this always ends in ever bloodier escalation. We're seeing this time as well. Washington buried the Middle Eastern Quartet, and since then it has been consistently blocking all international efforts to de-escalate the situation at the Council. The American leadership is cynical and short-sighted. This is well illustrated by a statement from Mr. Sullivan, a national security advisor, who said 1 week before the 7th of October that the Middle East has never been quieter than it has been in the last 2 decades. Colleagues, the world is waiting with bated breath, and I'm referring to Western colleagues. The world is waiting for you to realize that your stubborn disregard for multilateral diplomacy, your outright sabotage thereof, are always, time and time again, resulting in defeat. The Russian Federation, much like the overwhelming majority of members of the international community, sees, and it's obvious that the logic of confrontation on the Palestinian question can only be overcome through collective efforts, underpinned first and foremost by the interests of states in the region. They are what should determine the fate of Palestine. Such green shoots are already visible. We've seen the start of normalization of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia with support from China. We've seen Syria return to the League of Arab States, and dialogue has been established between Damascus and Ankara. Any international mediation efforts should be geared towards not interfering in these processes, not into turning the region into a forum for an international geopolitical battle. It should be geared towards creating the most conducive conditions for restoring trust between countries in the region. This is what Russia's initiatives are geared towards. After this acute phase of the crisis is over, we should be convening consultations at the ministerial level to consolidate the positions of key regional players and to come up with practical steps in support of the restoration of Palestinian unity. When we get to this next stage, what we'll need is an international conference on the Middle Eastern settlement process, and many other delegations speaking before me mentioned this. The objective of such a conference would be the proclamation of a Palestinian state, coming up with measures to ensure reliable security for Israel and the normalization of Israel's relations with all Arab states and also Muslim states as a whole. And in fact, Russia put forward the idea of convening such a conference, if my memory serves me well, 15-odd years ago. I hope that this idea will get the attention it deserves. What also remains on the table is a broader initiative, the initiative to set up a collective security zone in the Persian Gulf and in the Middle East as a whole. This system would entrench confidence-building measures and assurances of equal security for all states in the region. As you know, the Russian Federation has some concrete proposals on this, and we're discussing them with all interested parties. The foregoing is how we see the way forward. But first of all, and I'd like to repeat this, we need to achieve an immediate ceasefire on Palestinian territory. By way of conclusion, I'd like to call on Council members once again not to fall for the US's assurances. They're saying that purportedly everything is under control, that the US is dealing with the situation on the ground. We call on members to not put off the question of the establishment of a Palestinian state. Do not postpone this. What's important is for the Council not just to reaffirm that there is no alternative to the existing international legal framework on this issue, the most acute of issues. The Council must also chart the specific way forward and a time frame for its implementation. This is not just a political duty stemming from General Assembly resolutions, Security Council resolutions, the Madrid principles, and other decisions. This is a moral duty incumbent on the international community. We call on the Security Council to implement it. President, today some delegations deemed it acceptable to rattle off accusations leveled at the Russian Federation because we are conducting a special military operation to combat Nazism in Kiev. Colleagues, your conscience is very heavy, weighed down by these statements, but that's your problem. However, let us underscore that we cannot bury the idea of Palestinian statehood, just like we buried the Minsk agreements dated 2015. The guarantors of those agreements were France and Germany. Subsequently, France and Germany admitted that they didn't even think that they would implement them. We cannot accept such illegal actions to be taken vis-à-vis the Palestinian people. Thank you. I thank His Excellency, Mr. Lavrov, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency David Moynihan, Chief Minister of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this very important ministerial level meeting. I also want to thank the Secretary General, Mr. António Guterres, for his important briefing. Thank you. The situation in the Middle East Palestinian question continues to be a long-standing issue on the agenda of this Council. The recent escalation since 7th October 2023 indicates that a definitive solution is required as a matter of extreme urgency. It is therefore very clear that this situation continues to have far-reaching implications for regional stability, global peace, and security. Excellencies, global peace is possible, and we have to work together for it. This protracted conflict must be analyzed in the context of the continuing occupation by Israel of the Palestinian territories. A consensus must be vigorously and persistently pursued based on a just, mutually acceptable solution consistent with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, on the current escalation, Sierra Leone continues to express in the strongest terms its condemnation of the heinous attack on the 7th of October 2023 on Israeli civilians by Hamas, which, according to OCHA, led to the killing of over 1,200 Israelis and foreign nationals, including 36 children, with reported perpetration of sexual violence and the taking of civilian hostages. On this note, we emphasize that the persons responsible must be held accountable. Sierra Leone calls for the release of all hostages immediately and without conditions. Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the escalation of violence in the Gaza Strip over the past 100 days. Violence that has led to the death of over 25,000 Palestinian civilians and the displacement of 1.9 million more, with women and children being the most affected. We deeply regret the unacceptable human cost. We regret the ultimate cost being paid by healthcare workers, the United Nations, other humanitarian workers and journalists. We express our deepest condolences to the families of over 150 UN personnel who have lost their lives in the cause of their duty, the vast majority of whom are UNRWA staff. Mr. President, Sierra Leone acknowledges the engagement of the Security Council since the start of the conflict and the significant efforts made in adopting resolutions 2712 and 2720. These resolutions reaffirm the need for parties to the conflict to adhere to their obligations under international law and ensure the protection of all civilians, in particular children. In between the adoption of resolutions 2712 and 2720, the Secretary General invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter, last invoked over 50 years ago, warning the Security Council of an impending humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Although the Council fell short of demanding a ceasefire, Sierra Leone welcomes the reports of the Secretary General on the implementation of Resolution 2712 as mandated in Resolution 2720. The report informs of the appointment of Ms. Sigrid Kaag, Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, and also outlining some of the progress made in curtailing the existing humanitarian catastrophe in the Gaza Strip. We welcome Ms. Kaag's appointment, and Sierra Leone looks forward to engaging her in the near future. For the many civilian lives lost, at risk, or in serious discomfort, Sierra Leone calls for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. This will guarantee the safety of all civilians, protect civilian objects, and allow for the flow of unimpeded humanitarian assistance to those in need. For any humanitarian operation to be effectively successful in the Gaza Strip, securing a full and comprehensive ceasefire is the minimum required. Mr. President, before I close, and in addition to calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, Sierra Leone wishes to make the following critical observations. First, Sierra Leone expresses deep concern that the continuing military operation of Israel has been followed by a rhetoric of forcible displacement of Palestinians by Israeli political actors. In this regard, Sierra Leone condemns the rhetoric and rejects any attempts to remove Palestinians from the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, either temporarily or permanently. Second, Sierra Leone calls for accountability for all those responsible for violations of international law, in particular international humanitarian law and those crimes of serious concern to the international community. Third, Sierra Leone notes with concern the rising tensions in the West Bank, across the Blue Line in Lebanon, the Red Sea, including Yemen and other parts of the region. Sierra Leone calls on the relevant parties to desist from embarking on any action that will further endanger the lives of civilians, escalate regional tensions, and threaten global peace and security. In conclusion, Sierra Leone emphasizes the need to continue exploring all diplomatic and political avenues geared toward finding a just and lasting solution to this conflict based on the two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living together side by side in peace, security, and stability. I thank you.
Je remercie Son Excellence, Monsieur.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Senghir, for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Lord Tariq Ahmad of Wimbledon, Minister of State in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may I begin by also thanking the Secretary General for his very detailed introduction to today's very important debate. What is very clear is the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is worsening daily. People have lost their families. People have lost their homes. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians are now facing the risk of famine. Their suffering, frankly put, is unacceptable, and our priority must be to alleviate it. Last month, together with the Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, we both visited Al Arish near the Rafah crossing. Amongst other engagements, it was a privilege to meet Egyptian Red Crescent Society staff, who, along with others, including UNRWA and many other international organizations, are working tirelessly to get life-saving aid into Gaza. May I put on record that we sincerely commend all UN and humanitarian teams for their ongoing work amid hugely difficult conditions on the ground. Many, as we've heard already, have paid with their lives. I've heard also firsthand reports of what can only be described as shocking and harrowing medical operations and procedures taking place, including on young children, desperate conditions, no anesthesia, and, as a backdrop to that, mass burials taking place. To put succinctly and directly, this must end. Agreements are needed now, and the UK is calling for an immediate humanitarian pause as being necessary to get life-saving aid in and hostages out. We must alleviate the pain and suffering for all. In parallel and in accordance with Resolution 2720, we urgently call on Israel to significantly increase the flow of aid into Gaza, including through opening Ashdod port and increasing immediate access through Karem Shalom. This needs to happen and happen now. The United Kingdom has trebled our financial aid commitment to support Palestinian civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories this year. And I assure you, Mr. President, we will continue to do everything we can to get more aid in and open more crossings. Yes, the UK supports Israel's security, its right to self-defense, but this must be in line with international humanitarian law. And of course, like others, we condemn all forms of terrorism. Hamas's horrific terrorist attacks have had an irreversible impact on innocent lives. I've seen this, as I saw again last week in my meetings together with the Foreign Secretary, with families of some of the hostages still held in Gaza. But what is very clear, that this conflict must not go on a moment longer than necessary. We must collectively work towards a sustainable ceasefire, which ends this shocking destruction, which ends fighting, which ends loss of life, and prevents the resumption of hostilities. So what do we need to do to achieve this? Hamas would have to agree the release of all hostages. No longer can they be in charge of Gaza and no longer pose a threat to Israel through terror attacks. But we also need an agreement in place for the return of the Palestinian Authority to Gaza, as well as a complete rejection of any forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Peace, Mr. President, remains the only way to end this tragedy and suffering that has engulfed Israelis and Palestinians once and for all. Stability, peace, justice, and security is the only way forward. For a peaceful solution,
4 things must also happen. There must be a Palestinian-led government in Gaza and across the West Bank. There must be a concrete plan to help revitalize and support the Palestinian Authority. There must be a massive reconstruction plan for Gaza. And importantly, there must be a political horizon towards the delivery of a 2-state solution. It is now the time in this tragedy that engulfs us to grasp the moment, to choose hope over despair, peace over conflict, and again commit ourselves to working together to make that vision for peace a true living reality of 2 states, Israel and Palestine, side by side in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie
I thank His Excellency, Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon, for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Uzrazaya, Under-Secretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights of the United States.
Monsieur le Président, thank you for convening us. And Secretary General Guterres, thank you for your briefing today. In November, I visited El Arish, and I saw the UN and humanitarian partners' life-saving work in action. Subsequent to that visit, the United States facilitated an extended humanitarian pause, during which hostages were reunited with their loved ones and more aid got into the hands of Palestinians in Gaza. Since then, Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, with U.S. encouragement and support, have also taken steps to expand the flow of assistance into Gaza, opening Kerem Shalom and establishing a new route from Jordan. But more needs to be done to rapidly provide assistance at scale for civilians in all of Gaza. We welcome the Secretary General's appointment of Sigrid Kaag as the new Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator charged with this mission. She must have the resources and support she needs because her success is the UN's success in Gaza, and the UN's role is irreplaceable. Secretary Blinken was pleased to have secured Israeli support for a UN assessment team to visit northern Gaza, including support for a surge in aid to civilians in the north, who have largely lacked access to aid for more than a month and are increasingly desperate. We urge that visit to happen as soon as it is safe to do so, as it's a critical step to assess the humanitarian situation and enable the ultimate voluntary, safe return home for those displaced by the fighting. The perilous security situation in northern Gaza, driven by renewed Hamas rocketing of Israel and attacks, has delayed this assessment. We reiterate that there can be no forced relocation of Palestinians, and that Palestinian civilians must be allowed to voluntarily and safely return home with dignity as soon as conditions allow. Further, we reject calls for a relocation of Palestinians outside of Gaza and the dehumanizing language used by some officials on all sides of the conflict. We continue to convey to Israeli leaders that they need to do more to protect civilians and take feasible precautions to minimize civilian harm in line with international humanitarian law. Far too many Palestinian civilians have been injured or killed in Gaza since October 7. More needs to be done to protect them. UN and other humanitarian personnel are demonstrating extraordinary courage and also require greater protection. Many are themselves displaced. We mourn the loss of more than 150 UNRWA staff, the largest collective loss of personnel in the UN's history. Continued incidents during the past week demonstrate that deconfliction remains a serious problem. That must change. The United States joins other council members in reaffirming that humanitarian personnel must be protected so they can save other lives. In addition, they require reliable access to telecommunication services in Gaza to do their job safely. We also remain concerned by the current intense fighting around major hospitals in western Khan Yunis. The protected nature of these facilities must be respected so they can continue to provide civilians with medical assistance. Hamas and other terrorist groups must not use hospitals or other civilian infrastructure to launch attacks, and civilians must be permitted to reach hospitals. Colleagues, we must not forget that Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks on Israel unleashed this conflict. The eyewitness accounts of Hamas atrocities and conflict-related sexual violence against innocent women are undisputed and horrific. Hamas's continued abhorrent use of Palestinian civilians and hostages as human shields, and its repeated statements affirming their intent to repeat the October 7 attacks underscore why we can never go back to the pre-October 7 reality in Gaza. There also can be no progress towards a durable peace without resolution of the hostage crisis. More than 100 individuals are still held in Gaza by Hamas and other armed groups who continue to be kept from their loved ones and are denied access to humanitarian services. For more than 100 days, hostages and their families have lived in agony. No one should have to endure even one day of what they've gone through, much less over 100. It's time for this Council to unequivocally condemn Hamas's atrocities and terror, to reiterate its demand that Hamas immediately release all the hostages and allow medical access. In this regard, we welcome Qatar and France's announcement of an agreement to deliver medicine to hostages and medical facilities in Gaza. Colleagues, the United States has repeatedly warned Iran and its proxies not to engage in opportunistic attacks that risk instigating a wider conflict. We condemn Iran's attacks on locations in Iraq and Pakistan, which harmed and killed civilians. We also condemn the Houthis' attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea, which Resolution 2722 rightly demanded must cease. We know that without Iran's support, the Houthis would struggle to track and strike commercial vessels. We seek a diplomatic solution along the Blue Line that would allow civilians in Israel and Lebanon to return home. We again call for full implementation of Resolution 1701. And let me be clear, the United States will continue to take defensive actions as appropriate and in line with international law to protect our personnel and interests in the region. We're also deeply troubled by the situation in the West Bank, where forced displacement and unprecedented levels of violence by extremist settlers present an urgent threat to peace and stability. We condemn killings of Palestinian civilians, and we urge Israel to prevent and investigate settler violence, as well as hold perpetrators accountable. Colleagues, as we respond to the Gaza crisis, a key component of U.S. diplomacy is to pursue a pathway both to a Palestinian state and normalization and integration between Israel and other regional states, some of whom join us today for this open debate. The goal is a future where Gaza is never again used as a platform for terror, and a future where Palestinians have a state of their own, Israel's security is assured, and Israelis and Arabs can live in peace. Secretary Blinken recently heard from regional countries a willingness to participate in the reconstruction of Gaza if there is a path to a Palestinian state. A stronger, reformed, and revitalized Palestinian Authority that can more effectively deliver for its own people in both the West Bank and Gaza must also be a part of the equation. I know this may be difficult to imagine at this difficult moment, but it's President Biden's firm conviction that two states with Israel's security guaranteed are the only path to durable peace, as well as the only guarantor of a secure and democratic Israel, the only guarantor of Palestinians' legitimate aspirations to live in a state of their own, and the only way to end this violence once and for all. To achieve this future, the Israeli and Palestinian people, as well as their leaders, must make hard choices. We do not purport to make these decisions for them, but we believe strongly that if they're willing to pursue these goals, they can help to usher in an era where Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in peace. And on a final point, we lament that Russia ignored several council members' requests to condemn Hamas for their attacks on October 7th in the draft presidential statement circulated late last week. It's bewildering that this council still cannot condemn Hamas for its heinous terrorist attack that killed over 1,200 individuals from over 30 nations in Israel on October 7, or that this council cannot, without qualification, reiterate its call for the release of the more than 100 hostages held by Hamas and other terrorist groups. Colleagues, we and others offered input to this product in good faith, and our input is consistent with what we've advocated for since October 7. Russia's choice to reject these edits only underscores its cynical approach to the work of this council, as it chooses to try and divide the council rather than bring it together to address global challenges. Thank you.
Je remercie son
I thank Her Excellency Mazea for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank France for convening this important meeting of the Security Council, and I thank Secretary General António Guterres for his briefing on the current catastrophe in Gaza. 109 days have now passed since the 7th of October, when 1,200 men and women, girls and boys, and young and old civilians in Israel were brutally massacred by Hamas. We once again condemn the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas and urge the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. The accounts of sexual violence committed by Hamas must be fully investigated, and all perpetrators must be held accountable. We have also witnessed the extreme suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. Over 25,000 people have reportedly been killed during Israeli military operations in Gaza. 70% of those killed are women and children. Every day we see and hear their tears, their fears, their cries, and their pleas for protection under a backdrop of airstrikes, looming famine, and displacement. Mr. President, tragically, people can get easily accustomed and desensitized to ever-increasing casualty numbers. 100 and 200 sound different, while 24,000 and 25,000 may sound similar. No, they are not. They too had happiness and dreams like us. Everything they strived for is now under the rubble. UN workers have not been safe in this conflict either. UN staff have been lost in the first 3 months of this conflict, more than all those UN staff lost in conflict areas and terrorist incidents around the world in the last 12 years. For those who have survived in Gaza, the condition is beyond desperate. 85% of Gaza's entire population is internally displaced, with many families displaced multiple times. And as hospitals and UNRWA facilities are besieged or under constant attacks, there is no safe place, even in the so-called safe zones. Humanitarian assistance is not enough, and even the insufficient volume of humanitarian aid is constantly met with obstacles and entry impediments. Mr. President, in this regard, the Security Council has adopted 2 resolutions. However, there has been little progress on the ground. Once again, we call for rapid, safe, unhindered, expanded, and sustained humanitarian access into and across Gaza, in line with Security Council Resolution 2720. This Council has repeatedly urged compliance with international humanitarian law, of which the core pillar is the protection of civilians. However, this call has not been heeded during this conflict. As such, we call for a sustainable humanitarian ceasefire. All hostilities by all parties must be ceased. All hostages must be released, and sufficient humanitarian aid and commercial goods must be able to enter Gaza. Only based on these conditions can the ongoing agony of Palestinians and the insecurity of Israelis be resolved, and sincere talks for the realization of the two-state solution can begin. To achieve this goal, all non-state actors in the region should also cease their provocative actions. Any action that hinders navigational rights and freedom by the Houthis must immediately and unconditionally stop. At the same time, parties across the blue line between Israel and Lebanon must exercise the utmost restraint and heed to the ongoing diplomatic efforts. Mr. President, Israel's right to security and the Palestinian people's right to live on their own land are inherently interconnected. The permanent security of Israel can only be guaranteed when both Israelis and Palestinians are able to live side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders, consistent with international law and relevant UN resolutions. In this connection, any forcible transfer of Palestinians or resettlement of Gaza is simply not acceptable. Settlement activities, as well as settler violence, must also stop in the West Bank. Any attempts against the realization of a two-state solution must be rejected. At this perilous juncture for the region, a sustainable humanitarian ceasefire can serve as a meaningful starting point for the resumption of vital talks to realize the common aspiration of the Palestinians, Israelis, and the people of the entire world. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant de la Corée de sa déclaration et je...
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mozambique wishes to praise the French presidency for convening this important open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The French initiative is particularly timely as it translates our collective concern over the unfolding catastrophe in the Gaza Strip, especially in its humanitarian dimension. We convey our most sincere appreciation to the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. António Guterres, for his briefing to the Council. On these and other matters, he has been the voice and the conscience, not just of our organization, but also of the international community at large, particularly when invoking Article 99 of the Charter, drawing the attention of the United Nations membership and the entire world to the humanitarian plight that befell the Palestinian people. Mr. President, the conflict between Israel and Palestine is at the heart of our concern today. It is a conflict that is further aggravated by the Israeli illegal settlements activities that are contrary to international law and undermine the prospect for an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. We deeply deplore this ongoing conflict that has resulted in the loss of many lives and has caused immense suffering to both Israelis and Palestinians. The situation requires our objective and urgent attention. Guided by the Charter and the relevant decisions of this body, we need to find ways and means of bringing about sustainable and long-lasting peace to the region. Mr. President, after more than 100 days of war, Mozambique echoes the deepest concern expressed by several member states of the United Nations, including this Council, different entities, and international organizations on the calamitous and catastrophic situation that the people of Gaza are facing. following the Hamas attacks on the 7th of October 2023 that caused 1,200 Israeli deaths, we cannot remain indifferent to what is happening in Gaza, namely the reported killing by the IDF of nearly 25,000 people, 70% of whom are women and children. As the UN Secretary General said recently, and I quote, "People in Gaza are dying not only from bombs and bullets, but also from lack of food, clean water, and hospitals without power and medicine," end of quote. And as further stated in a document by the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, this is a major human-made humanitarian disaster. Refusing water, food, and medicine to civilian and innocent people in a war situation is contrary to the basic principles of human dignity. The modern laws of war and our own moral standards do not accept such a situation. The relentless attacks against the Gaza civilian population must cease, as they constitute a clear violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. In this connection, the current situation calls for an immediate and urgent humanitarian ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities, and ultimately a ceasefire not only to ensure that humanitarian aid is delivered without restriction or hindrance to those in need in Gaza, but also to allow for the release of all hostages and for the peace process to commence and be allowed to proceed. Mr. President, as the military operations intensify on the ground, at the time when there is no safe place in Gaza, the ongoing war will have major security consequences for both the Israeli and the Palestinian peoples. It will worsen tensions between communities and feed extremism. Furthermore, a regional escalation of this conflict is a clear and present danger. In a troubled region like the Middle East, where conflict begets conflict, we ought to be cautious and prudent in every move we make, in every step that we take. We need to avoid unimaginable political and security consequences that can jeopardize global peace and security. We are therefore duty-bound as members of the Council to pull together our efforts in order to maintain peace and international security and bring to an end the catastrophe in Gaza. Our action and influence on the parties to the conflict is of extreme importance. To the extent of our individual capacity, we need to contribute to peace, security, and stability in the Middle East. Mr. President, towards the end of 2023, this Council adopted 2 humanitarian resolutions of crucial importance that need to be respected and observed. In this context, we reiterate our call for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce and cessation of hostilities so that the United Nations Security Council resolutions 2712 and 2720 can be implemented with the collaboration and the monitoring of the United Nations and other relevant bodies. We take this opportunity to reaffirm our recognition of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence, and sovereignty. This is a right that is inherent to each and every people and nation on earth. It is also enshrined in the Charter, and it constitutes the bedrock of the present international legal order. May I conclude my statement by reaffirming Mozambique's principled position. We strongly believe that the foundation for a lasting peace and security in the region resides in a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine, with both states living side by side in peace and security as good neighbors in accordance with the United Nations Charter, Security Council, and General Assembly resolutions. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Uemura Tsukasa, Special Envoy for the Middle East Peace of Japan.
I thank His Excellency Monsieur Séjourné, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, for his initiative. My appreciation also goes to the Secretary General for his comprehensive briefing. Mr. President, more than 100 days have passed since October 7th. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt condolences to all the victims who have lost their lives in this conflict, including UN staff members and their families. As a result of this conflict, which began with Hamas' heinous attack, what has been left to us? Many innocent people have been taken hostages, and their families and loved ones are still spending sleepless nights hoping for their release. Countless children and women in Gaza have lost their lives with fears in their hearts as they hear the ceaseless sound of air raids and bombings. This is a cruel reality of Gaza that we must face. What is the most realistic action we can take to change the situation? Mr. President, the Security Council adopted 2 resolutions after intense negotiations to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. These resolutions are the result of the toil and sweat of Council members who desire to end the cycle of sorrow and hatred. We do not want more blood nor tears, and so these resolutions must never end up as mere pieces of paper. And we must foster the serious negotiations that are underway by several countries concerned outside this chamber. We must think tirelessly of what we should do to ensure that an increased supply of humanitarian aid reaches the Gaza Strip, and that UN humanitarian staff can work in a safe environment. In this regard, the Council should provide its utmost support for the work of UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator, Ms. Karg, who just began her mission this month in line with Resolution 2720. Mr. President, Hamas must release all hostages immediately and unconditionally. This is the starting point for everything. The terrorist acts are unacceptable for any reason. At the same time, let us imagine more for the lives and livelihoods of people inside of Gaza. If one's son or daughter is killed, or if one's parent is killed, all that remains within the hearts of the bereaved. It's deep grief and hatred that cannot easily heal. This humanitarian catastrophe must be stopped, and all parties to the conflict must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. Mr. President, I hope that today's debate will lead to action. We have an undeniable responsibility for many fragile lives and our history as well. We are witnessing the spillover to the West Bank, Lebanon, the Red Sea, Yemen, and even more areas, which is seriously concerning. We are at the crossroads of whether these conflicts turn into a more large-scale regional confrontation. We must stop it. In order to tackle all these serious challenges, a two-state solution has even more importance than ever. For the people of both Israel and Palestine to lead a normal life without any fear for their own safety and survival. That is the key. Japan will continuously work to build confidence between the parties through its own initiatives. Lastly, I would like to reiterate what I said here 45 days ago. Japan is, in good times and bad times, an escort runner for Palestine, Israel, and all the people and the peoples living in the region. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Tsukasa for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to thank Minister Séjourné for coming to New York specifically for chairing today's meeting. I also want to thank Secretary General Mr. Guterres for his briefing earlier. China welcomes the participation of foreign ministers of Palestine, Arab countries, and other countries. Over 100 days have passed since the outbreak of the new round of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The international community has made unremitting efforts on reaching ceasefire, stopping the hostility, protecting the civilians, releasing hostages, and averting the humanitarian disaster, and the Security Council adopted resolutions 2712 and 2720 successively. However, unfortunately, the war in Gaza continues unabated, with the number of civilian casualties rising every day. The suffering of the Palestinian people continuing, and the risk of a further escalation of tension in the region still existing. Undoubtedly, the tragedy in Gaza violates the conscience of humankind and the bottom line of international law. There is no justification for this, and it absolutely should not continue. Today's meeting of the Council should send a message of unity and clarity. As a matter of fact, there has long been overwhelming consensus in the international community on immediate ceasefire. It is regrettable that because of repeated use of a veto by an individual country, relevant resolutions of the Security Council could not be adopted. The history of Palestinian-Israeli conflict, spanning more than 7 decades, has long indicated the fundamental way out for peace, but what is lacking is political will and determination. As of now, the international community, especially the United Nations and the Security Council, needs to demonstrate the strongest will, take the most vigorous initiatives and most effective actions with the greatest sense of urgency, and take practical actions to stop the flames of war and restore peace. Immediate ceasefire must be considered the highest priority. Protracted war will only cause more deaths and make the prospect of peace even more distant, instead of bringing higher sense of security for any party. Immediate ceasefire which is not just restrained on one particular party. Instead, it is a requirement for all parties. It is the basic prerequisite for saving lives, rescuing hostages, expanding humanitarian assistance, and realizing peace. Israel should immediately reverse its course and stop its indiscriminate military attacks on and destruction of Gaza. All parties in the international community should make diplomatic efforts to promote immediate ceasefire. While pushing for ceasefire in Gaza, all effort should be made to prevent the spillover of the situation in Gaza to the Red Sea and the wider region. We call on all parties to exercise restraint and to avoid any actions that will lead to escalation of the tension. We must clear all obstacles to the expansion of humanitarian assistance. As the Secretary-General Guterres has pointed out, people in Gaza are not just dying from bombardment, but also from hunger and accelerated spreading of infectious diseases, which are claiming more lives, especially those of children. Security Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720 must be fully implemented, and Israel must cooperate fully to that end. The obstacles to humanitarian assistance through Rafah and Keren Shalom crossings should be removed as soon as possible. On top of that, direct crossings from Israel to northern Gaza should be open as soon as possible as well. Resolution 2712 calls for the establishment of a de-conflict mechanism to protect humanitarian organizations. There should be concrete arrangements for this as soon as possible as well to ensure that, as a matter of a priority, that hospitals and UN agencies do not become targets of military operations. China supports the work of Under-Secretary General Karg and looks forward to her report to the Security Council on the implementation of Resolution 2720 and the obstacles encountered after her communicating with all parties. The Security Council should stand ready to take further actions for safe, rapid, and unhindered access of sufficient humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The two-state solution must be revitalized. The two-state solution is the only viable way to achieve peace for Palestine and Israel, and it is also a solemn requirement as a result of the implementation of the Security Council resolutions. We are gravely concerned about the statements made by Israeli leadership last week, rejecting the two-state solution and denying the right of Palestine to statehood, and this is not acceptable. Any discussion of a post-war arrangements for Gaza that deviates from the two-state solution is tantamount to building a house on quicksand. The most important thing right now is to stop further eroding the foundations of the two-state solution, which first and foremost requires an end to Israel's forced transfer of the Palestinian population in Gaza, an end to the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, and an end to searches, arrests, and attacks against the Palestinians. China calls for intensified diplomatic efforts to convene international conference and launch meaningful multilateral processes as soon as possible so as to revitalize the political prospect for the two-state solution. Independent Palestinian statehood must be an irreversible process, and we support, as a first step of the process, Palestinians' full membership in the United Nations as soon as possible. Under the current circumstances, the Security Council needs to send clear and unequivocal signal reaffirming the urgency of the two-state solution as the sole feasible way out. In November last year, China submitted a draft presidential statement on the two-state solution to the Security Council. The draft presidential statement proposed by Russia last week also included important elements of following the two-state solution. It is regrettable that the drafts were not adopted. However, this will not stop us from continuing to push the Council to take due actions. We will continuously work tirelessly in this direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, Thank you for convening this very important and timely meeting on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I wish to also thank the Secretary General for his briefing on the situation in Gaza and for the update on the implementation of Resolution 2712. The information provided painted a stark picture of the brutal reality that Palestinian men, women, and children are living, a reality which has progressively worsened since the events of 7th October. Guyana unequivocally condemns the violent, subhuman treatment to which the Palestinian people continue to be subjected. Mr. President, the desperate humanitarian situation in Gaza has rightly attracted worldwide outrage and condemnation, and Guyana underscores our collective responsibility as members of this Council to respond in adequate measure for the protection and relief of Palestinian people. In this vein, Guyana welcomes the Secretary General's appointment of Ms. Sigrid Kaag as Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, pursuant to Resolution 2720. We look forward to the urgent establishment of the United Nations mechanism to accelerate humanitarian relief consignments to Gaza. We urge all stakeholders to cooperate fully with the coordinator and the mechanism once established. While Guyana acknowledges these as important steps for the relief of the Palestinian people, we emphasize that the impacts of these interventions will not be sustainable outside of a lasting ceasefire. Guyana has taken note of the Secretary General's observation that an effective aid operation requires, and I quote, security, staff who can work in safety, logistical capacity, and the resumption of commercial activity, end of quote. These conditions do not exist currently and can never be met amidst constant and unrestrained bombings. Guyana therefore urges intensified efforts towards the achievement of a ceasefire and is prepared to work with fellow Council members, and indeed all, to this end. Mr. President, the continued violations of international law, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law in the Gaza Strip and in the occupied West Bank, should never be met with silence. Guyana deplores such violations by all parties and underscores the obligation to adhere to and respect international law. We condemn the ongoing and indiscriminate attacks against hospitals, refugee camps, and UN facilities, and call on the Israeli Defense Force to cease the killing of innocent civilians. These actions do not align with the obligations of UN member states and are contrary to the purposes and principles of the organization as outlined in the Charter. There must be consequences for these illegal actions. Mr. President, as is the case with war everywhere, this war in Gaza is devastating in myriad ways. The delivery of education has been jeopardized. The delivery of quality healthcare services has been seriously compromised, and the healthcare system brought to its knees. The scarce economic opportunities that previously existed for Palestinian people have now dwindled. Almost the entire population of Gaza has been internally displaced. The extent of the crisis in Gaza is exponential and places the Palestinian people even further behind in the global quest for sustainable development. The anticipated long-term impacts of the war confirm this. The hostilities must end so that the Palestinian people can rebuild their lives. On this latter note of rebuilding their lives, Mr. President, we must seriously consider what that should entail after this war ends. We must seriously contemplate what must be done to change the worsening circumstances that the people of Gaza and indeed the entire Palestinian population have been experiencing for more than 7 decades. This is a difficult question, the answer to which lies in altering certain deep-rooted ideologies that justify policies of discrimination against the Palestinian people. Frankly, Mr. President, this discriminatory stance cannot be reconciled with the United Nations Charter, which mandates member states to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Let me also underscore Guyana's rejection of any plans for the forced resettlement of the population of Gaza to foreign countries. Any such move would be contrary to international humanitarian law and would violate the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Guyana therefore urges this Council and the international community to do all in their power to prevent such an occurrence. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reiterating the need for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We also need meaningful actions geared towards improving the standard of living of the Palestinian people, facilitating the enjoyment of their human rights, including their inalienable right to self-determination, and most importantly, achieving the two-state solution. Peace can never be carved out through violence and conflict. Security can never be achieved through insecurity and chaos. The instruments of war must be set aside, and we must work to implement a peaceful and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. We cannot miss the opportunity that this moment provides to advance the two-state solution. Guyana is ready to contribute constructively to genuine efforts to this end. I thank you.
Je remercie la...
I thank the representative of Guyana for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Secretary General, António Guterres, for his briefing. I reiterate Ecuador's thanks for his work and the work of all United Nations staff. And we also reiterate our condolences for the numerous officials of this organization that have lost their lives over the last few months. This open debate is a good opportunity for the Council to listen to the views of United Nations members. For that reason, I'll be brief. Mr. President, more than 100 days have passed since the unspeakable terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. Ecuador takes this opportunity to once again condemn these attacks in the strongest and most unequivocal terms. We haven't forgotten the horrors of that day, the massacre of innocent civilians, the indiscriminate rocket launches and sexual violence, nor have we forgotten the hostages that still have not found their freedom. For this reason, we insist on our demands that they all be immediately and unconditionally released. Furthermore, after more than 100 days of war, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is heartbreaking. We've just heard in the briefings bearing this out, the numbers of dead and wounded continue to rise. Hunger, overcrowding, and illness are gaining ground as humanity loses it. The full implementation of Resolution 2712 and 2720 is very important to alleviate the conditions faced by the civilian population in Gaza. It's crucial to enable the safe delivery of sufficient, timely humanitarian aid to all those who need it. For this reason, a humanitarian ceasefire is unavoidable. Mr. President, avoiding the suffering and death caused by wars is the reason why this organization was established more than 78 years ago. This must be the last war in this long conflict. Our aim must be to establish the conditions that make it possible to move towards a peaceful, negotiated, definitive and just solution for the parties with the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel, on the basis of the 1967 borders and on the basis of relevant resolutions, including Resolution 2334. Every word or action that undermines the possibility of the two-state solution contributes to perpetuating the conflict and does nothing to improve security. This should be evident to all after so many years of violence and death. For this reason, I conclude with an appeal to all actors to demonstrate restraint, to avoid exacerbating tensions, and to prevent a greater expansion of the violence to other areas. It's time to focus on achieving once and for all the so yearned for peace. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I also thank the Secretary-General for his valued insights. Over 100 days have passed since Hamas launched its brutal and deadly attack on innocent civilians in Israel, during which hundreds were taken hostage. Many Israelis are still living the nightmare of knowing that their loved ones continue to suffer in captivity. It has also been over 100 days of intolerable and perilous conditions for millions of civilians in Gaza, who continue to live under a relentless siege. Over 24,000 Palestinians have been killed and over 60,000 wounded during Israel's military campaign, 2/3 of whom are women and children. An entire generation of Palestinian children will be physically and psychologically marred by this war. Malta has consistently condemned the Hamas terrorist attacks of 7th October and the continued barrage of rockets fired at Israeli population centers. We are also gravely concerned at reports of sexual violence committed on 7th October and call for them to be thoroughly investigated. We repeat that terror has no justification. Malta will continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages held by Hamas. However, the collective punishment of the entire population of Gaza equally has no justification. Actions taken by Israel need to be in strict accordance with its obligations under international humanitarian law and its foundational principles, including distinction, proportionality, and precaution. All parties are obliged to ensure that civilians and civilian infrastructure are protected. Yet in Gaza, nowhere and no one is safe. No UN facility, no hospital, no school, no place of worship. Whether under a white flag or a blue one, civilians, doctors, and journalists face the horrors of this war without the protections they are guaranteed under international law. Recent reports of intensified bombing in southern Gaza, including around hospitals where thousands are seeking refuge, are deeply disturbing. The people of Gaza are living under a daunting specter of man-made starvation, coupled with the looming threats of disease, malnutrition, and other health crises. Urgent action is needed to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid into and within Gaza. Additional crossing points must be opened. Arbitrary bureaucratic impediments hindering effective humanitarian operations need to cease. Furthermore, respect for the inviolability of UN premises, medical staff, facilities, and for humanitarian notification and deconfliction is essential. Too many staff from the UN and their implementing partners have already been killed and continue to work in treacherous conditions. We applaud their heroism. The immediate implementation of Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720 is thus crucial to address these concerns. President, Malta remains convinced that only a humanitarian ceasefire can ensure that a sufficient and effective humanitarian response operation can be properly executed. It would also permit conditions which are conducive for a return to dialogue and eventually peace. Palestinians and Israelis equally deserve to live in peace, dignity, and security. This is all the more urgent since this conflict continues to foster turmoil across the Middle East. We continue to witness rapidly deteriorating situations in the West Bank. We are concerned at recent reports highlighting an increase in intensified armed exchanges, the destruction of basic infrastructure, imposed widespread movement restrictions, and mass detainment extending across the occupied West Bank, including in refugee camps. Demolitions of property owned by Palestinians or their displacement in East Jerusalem, including in the Old City, are also to be condemned. We further stress that illegal settlements are in violation of international law and that Israeli settler violence must be effectively addressed without impunity. Malta condemns the forced displacement or transfer of Palestinians from any of their lands or homes. Looking to the broader region, we are alarmed at the precarious skirmishes along the Israeli-Lebanese border and in the Red Sea. Malta condemns all violations on the Blue Line, including attacks against UNIFIL and attacks by Houthi against commercial shipping in the Red Sea. We urgently call upon all parties, including non-state actors in these regions, to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, and uphold the norms of international law. It is in times like these, when the threats of war loom large, that we must work together towards a more stable and peaceful future for the Middle East. A peace which is based on a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as a future capital of two states, living side by side in peace and security, in line with all the relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. Thank you.
Je remercie la...
I thank the representative of Malta for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan.
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The clock is ticking. The Israeli aggression in Gaza has lasted for far too long. It has massacred far too many lives. 109 days of brutality. Over 25,000 innocent lives taken. Thousands of children buried under the rubble. Mothers and fathers helplessly watching as their sons and daughters die from pain and malnutrition. People carrying the remains of their families in plastic bags. Israel is making a mockery of international law, and the Security Council has yet to demand a ceasefire. It has yet to enforce its own resolution demanding that food gets to the starved, medicine gets to the ill and wounded, and anesthesia gets to children undergoing surgery to treat injuries caused by indiscriminate Israeli shelling of their homes, their schools, hospitals, mosques, churches, and shelters. In what word should an uncle be forced to operate on his teenage niece without anesthesia? Dr. Hani Bseso did. On day 101 of the horror, besieged in his home, he amputated his 16-year-old niece's foot without anesthesia on his home's dining table. A hospital lay just 5 minutes away, but Israel's war prevented him from getting to it. His niece, Ahd, is one of 10 children who lose a limb every day in Gaza, according to Save the Children. Even in a war zone, says Save the Children's director for the occupied Palestinian territory, the sights and sounds of a young child mutilated by bombs cannot be reconciled, let alone understood within the bounds of humanity. Stop this massacre. Every day that goes by without ending this aggression means more innocent lives lost to Israeli firepower, to hunger, and to disease. The threat of a devastating regional spillover is real. The West Bank is boiling. Tensions elsewhere in the region are dangerously rising. Secretary General Guterres said it right. Gaza has become a graveyard for children. No place in Gaza is safe. No place. Even the dead have not escaped this inhumane onslaught. Israeli soldiers dug them out of their graves, literally dug them out of their graves in 16 cemeteries. And these crimes are not the actions of rogue soldiers. They are an expression of the extremist, racist agenda that is propelling this war, and that has systematically dehumanized almost 5.5 million Palestinians under Israeli occupation in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. This ideology of hate, embraced openly by Israeli ministers, is normalizing the mass murder of Palestinians. Excellencies, Israel has destroyed a whole community. It has displaced more than 2/3 of Gaza's population, 1.9 million people who now suffer the indignity of overcrowded shelters, denied access to water, to food, and to medicine. It has starved civilians by deliberately impeding humanitarian assistance. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification IPC assessment for Gaza, released last month, confirmed that the entire population of Gaza is facing acute levels of hunger. Of these, more than 500,000 people are enduring the most extreme stage of hunger, IPC level 5. That means 500,000 Palestinians are starved by Israel. The number of people in this category in Gaza is 4 times that in the rest of the world. No IPC analysis has ever recorded such unprecedented levels of food insecurity anywhere in the world in recent history. This brutality cannot be allowed to continue. You must stop it. Adopting a binding Security Council resolution forcing the end of this misery is the least that you can do. Excellencies, occupation, violence, and war cannot continue to haunt our region. Peace is the only guarantee of security and safety for the Israelis, for the Palestinians, and for the whole region. Partial solutions will not achieve that peace. All talk about approaches that will deal with Gaza outside a comprehensive solution that will end occupation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, will simply not work. It cannot be more of the same. It cannot be more siege and more oppression. Gazans cannot be told they have once again to endure living in the open prison that Israel has made Gaza for decades. The only path to peace is the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with occupied Jerusalem as its capital on June 4, 1967 lines that will live side by side a secure and accepted Israel. All of you support the two-state solution, but the Israeli government is undermining that solution. Israel is openly defying all of you. The Israeli Prime Minister has vowed to never allow the Palestinian people to realize their right to freedom and statehood. That means he will continue to oppress the Palestinian people. His policies and actions are making it impossible for peace to be achieved. This defiance, my friends, cannot continue without consequences. Israel must be held accountable for its actions, for its war crimes, and for preventing the achievement of peace. The future of the region cannot be taken hostage to the political ambitions and the radical agendas of Israeli extremists who describe the Palestinians as human animals, unworthy of life, who enable settler terrorism against Palestinian people. Excellencies, we're facing a decisive moment of truth. The whole international community has an urgent choice to make. Allow the Israeli government to doom the region to more conflict, or recognize the Palestinian state and put our region on an irreversible path to peace. There are no shortage of ideas for the plan that will bring about that peace. However, there's a shortage of will, the will of the Israeli government to allow Palestinians their inalienable rights, and the will of the international community to pay more than lip service to the two-state solution. The clock is ticking. The stakes are too high. What is needed is a transformational move for peace. Make that move. It is a move that must begin with stopping this inhumane aggression, and it must conclude soon enough with ending the occupation, the root cause of all evil. Impose peace, for if you do not, the Israeli government will continue to impose war, impose more death, and impose more hatred in our region. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Ayman Safadi, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey.
Mr. President, we met in this chamber almost 2 months ago. We warned about the risks of Israeli attacks to the regional and global peace and security. 109 days into the conflict, it's a shame that the international community is still unable to stop the bloodshed in Gaza and the West Bank. Gaza used to be an open prison. Now it's a battleground where the Israeli Prime Minister runs military operations for killing civilians to extend his political life. The argument that the current war is about providing security for Israel is far from being convincing. Yet, the proponents of this argument never talk about the security of Palestinians nor the Palestinians' right to self-defense. The situation in Gaza and West Bank clearly demonstrates who needs security and the right to self-defense most. Israel commits serious war crimes. Those responsible must be held accountable to restore faith in international law and the rules-based order. We are seriously concerned with the reports that Israel's war crimes in Gaza may amount to genocide. We welcome the application before the International Court of Justice concerning the violations by Israel of its obligations under the 1948 Genocide Convention. It's a timely attempt to protect the Palestinian people against further harm. Mr. President, we also underline the need to avoid the geographical escalation of the conflict. Turkey consistently warned about the risk of spillover. Now, today, that risk has become reality. Recent incidents in the Red Sea, Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Pakistan are very, very alarming. This escalation has the potential to turn into a geostrategic vortex from which no one can easily escape. I urge Israel and its supporters to seek for a diplomatic solution while we can still achieve it. The ongoing war in Gaza and beyond cannot lead to a peace nor to submission. We have a historical responsibility to stop this war. The United Nations Security Council, time and again, has failed in maintaining international peace and security. An immediate and permanent ceasefire, release of all captives by both sides, and a continuous flow of humanitarian assistance to Gaza is a must in the road to peace. To that end, we need Israel to comply with all the requirements of peace and security. We need a unified Palestinian leadership to achieve the national quest for the dignity, independence, and sovereignty of this resilient nation. We all know by now the temporary measures will not work. The scenarios for the day after should not be about who will govern Gaza. The future of Gaza is up to the Palestinians and Palestinians only. The only day after question that needs our attention is how we will be able to safeguard a just and lasting peace based on two-state solution on 1967 borders. The focus should be on the creation of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. To this end, I would like to echo our call for the establishment of a guarantorship mechanism that monitor and ensure peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Mr. President, most of the members of the international community agree on the urgency of ceasefire, humanitarian assistance, and the two-state solution. But there is no effective mechanism for getting Israel to implement it. Continuation of the current situation in Gaza will further undermine the very fundamentals of principles and moral values of the international system. Therefore, we should act now to stop the erosion of those values that we will need for the future of humanity. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Fidan for his statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hossein Amir Abdollahian, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, I thank you for organizing this timely meeting. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we have all gathered today in the Security Council in a situation where the occupying and apartheid regime of Israel does not observe any red line in the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. The United States, as the practical supporter of the Israeli regime in its crimes, has prevented this body from effectively fulfilling its inherent duties in stopping the overt genocide of a nation and establishing a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. On the other hand, the United States repeatedly expresses its grave concern about the spillover of tension in the region, and yet continues its full support to the Israeli regime, war machine, and even violates the sovereignty of Yemen and expands the scope of the conflict. The United States must bear the responsibility for its consequences. Instead of calling on others to exercise restraint, the United States must compel the Israeli regime to stop the war and pull itself out of the trap that the Israeli regime has set to drag the United States into direct conflict. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we believe that the future of Palestine belongs to all Palestinians. I stress that the killing of innocent civilians, especially women and children, must be stopped immediately. War is not the solution. Security cannot be achieved by resorting to the use of force and committing the crime of genocide in Gaza. The killing of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank cannot continue until the so-called total destruction of Hamas, because that time will never come, and because in the past 80 years, these nations will of steel has not weakened. Therefore, the Security Council must fulfill its legal and charter-based responsibility by ending its prolonged inaction and by adopting decisive resolution. Mr. President, I wish to emphasize that it is necessary to completely lift the human blockade of Gaza and ensure delivery of humanitarian aid to all areas in the north and south of Gaza. I should also underscore the urgent need to provide the necessary facilities for the return of the people of Gaza to their own areas and the settlement of displaced and homeless people and the help of the international community for the reconstruction of infrastructure. We support the recent action of the South Africa to bring this case to the International Court of Justice. Today, some political ideas for the future of Palestine are discussed. In any idea, the leaders of the Palestinian groups and the Palestinian people should have the right to choose their own fate. Mr. President, the United States and the United Kingdom made a strategic mistake with the military attack on Yemen, which will result in the risk of further expanding the scope of the war in the region. We all consider maritime safety and security to be vital for global trade and energy security. However, security is an interconnected concept. The course of developments shows that stopping the genocide in Gaza is the main key to the restoration of security to the region. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Netanyahu seeks his own political life in war, and the survival of the Israeli regime relies on regional crisis and spilling over of conflict. Islamic Republic of Iran strongly supports security in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abdullahian for his statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdallah Abu Habib, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigrants of Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to take part in this meeting today, despite the difficult circumstances in this international forum, to address the situation in the Middle East upon the invitation of France, which is constantly trying, with other friendly countries, to promote security and stability in the Middle East, and we thank them for that. Allow me to express Lebanon's deep appreciation to the role and sacrifices of the UNIFIL. We highly appreciate their work and contribution to the promotion of stability and security in southern Lebanon. The problems facing the region nowadays reaffirm the important and constructive role of UNIFIL and the United Nations as a sanctuary for small states like Lebanon to protect their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we meet today, 75 years after the beginning of the most major challenge in the Middle East, namely the establishment of Israel on Palestinian land and the displacement of half of Palestinians to neighboring countries. And today, we are still looking for temporary solutions whenever the conflict resurfaces. Most recently, on October 7. For decades, our region has known neither peace nor security. This conflict became a heavy legacy of hatred and growing violence passed from one generation to the other. Have we learned anything from our past mistakes? Isn't it high time we acknowledged that we cannot cancel each other out? When will we start to actually work on a sustainable solution for this conflict? Will we leave it to the next generation? Constant wars, grudges, and woes have proven, at least for the past 75 years, that we must find a final solution to the Palestinian question because it is the key for peace and security in the Middle East. This is what will open the door for security in the Middle East. From this rostrum, I would like to call upon the wise men and women of this world to bring pressure to bear on Israel to end its occupation of our land, of Palestinian, Lebanese, and Syrian land, so that we can live together and recognize each other in line with the resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative adopted in 2002 in Beirut. This initiative proposed the recognition of Israel in exchange for ending the occupation and implementing the two-state solution based on the right of the Palestinian people to establish its own independent state with East Jerusalem as a capital. There can be no sustainable peace without justice to the Palestinians. Piecemeal solutions and temporary settlements breed further wars and destruction. We meet today as Israel continues to threaten to keep waging its reckless war without any clear political opportunity or vision for a sustainable peace. Israel is turning Gaza into ashes to eliminate Hamas, but this will only breed more extreme and persistent groups seeking to annihilate Israel. Was the killing of more than 25,000 people in Gaza, mostly women, children, and elderly, not enough? This is around 1% of Gaza's population, which is equivalent to 3.5 million American citizens or 4.5 million Europeans. How is this carte blanche given to Israel to blindly kill and murder people going to reflect on the image of the West in our world and its continuous calls for the respect of human rights? In the eyes of many people around the world, the West became the biggest loser in its defense of human rights when it turned a blind eye to the mass killing of women, children, and elderly in Gaza. We are following with grave concern the escalation in the Red Sea and the threats it poses on the freedom of navigation, the global economy, and regional peace and security. We are also following with concern the situation in Iraq, Syria, and specifically South Lebanon. We dread any miscalculation that would drag the region back into the Stone Age, as high Israeli officials continue to threaten. We are tirelessly trying to prevent this war and urging all stakeholders not to fall into the Israeli trap seeking to expand it, because this war will be different in terms of geographic expansion, fronts, and cross-border involvement. We fear that this war will drape the entire Middle East. This war will not be a walk in the park for Israel, as some of its protectors believe. Those protectors are only fanning the flame to achieve their own political interests. Mr. President, as much as we fear witnessing the domino effect of this war in the Middle East and especially Lebanon, we see a historic opportunity for sustainable calm on the Lebanese southern border. Lebanon does not want war. We have never sought and will never seek it, because we have been through a 15-year war and learned from its tragedies. Israel's invasions led to destruction and thousands of dead and injured people. So today, we choose peace and stability, because this is the shortest and better way towards prosperity. Security Council Resolution 1701 ensured relative stability since the end of the 2006 August war. Until October 7, no military operations were carried out to threaten regional peace and security around the Blue Line. Which is known as Israel's withdrawal line from Lebanon in 2000. However, the war in Gaza shook the relative stability in South Lebanon and led to the displacement of tens of thousands of Lebanese people from southern towns to safe northern regions. Mr. President, our vision to achieve sustainable peace, security, and stability in southern Lebanon is based on the comprehensive and full implementation of Resolution 1701 as part of a comprehensive solution with clear international guarantees to promote sustainable and comprehensive security as follows. 1. Recognize the international southern border delineated in 1923 between Lebanon and Palestine, which was recognized in the truce signed between Lebanon and Israel in Greece on March 23 under the UN umbrella, 1949, and the full and explicit commitment by both countries to these borders. This requires agreeing on the 3 remaining border points to build on the initial agreement on 7 points under the supervision of the UNIFIL. This will lead to Israel's withdrawal to its internationally recognized borders, starting from the point B1 in Ras al-Nakura, which is part of the Lebanese border, towards the town of Al-Mari, which is in part an urban expansion of Al-Gajar town. Israel should also fully withdraw its forces from the Shib'a farms and Kfar Shuba hills. 2. A final end to the Israeli air, land, and sea violations of Lebanon's sovereignty and internationally recognized borders. Such violations are estimated at 30,000 since 2006. Israel should not use the Lebanese airspace to target Syrian territories. 3. The UN and friendly countries can support the Lebanese government in extending its authority over all Lebanese territories by strengthening the armed forces, promoting the Lebanese army deployment south of Al-Litani River, providing all the equipment needed to the army in cooperation with the UNIFIL so that there can be no weapon outside the government's approval and no authority beyond the authority of the Lebanese government. 4. Facilitate the safe and dignified return of the displaced people who crossed the border on October 7. 5. Stop the war on Gaza to facilitate the implementation of these proposals and launch a fast mechanism to find a long-term solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in line with the relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us give peace a true chance before it is too late. We have had enough with wars, conflicts, killing, and destruction. Let us stop working on piecemeal solutions, which have only led to the tragedies we are living today. What happened on October 7 did not happen in a vacuum. These tragedies will only happen again. but they will be even more violent and terrible if we do not reach a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution whereby Israel implements all the relevant UN resolutions. Despite the difficult times in the Middle East, we have a historic opportunity today to establish peace, security, and prosperity. Let us seize it, since it may not come again. This is a historic opportunity. If we fail to do so, what happened on October 7 and before will happen again, but it will be even worse until Israel accepts that the Palestinian people will not vanish, will not disappear, or even drown in the sea. They will establish an independent state. Let us save ourselves the time and effort and pave the way towards a better future for the people of our region. Let us rid the world and the future generations of this heavy conflict. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Boabib for the statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Espen Barth Eide, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to France for convening us today at this crucially important moment for the Middle East. My thoughts are with the people of Gaza, who are not only fleeing from bombardment and fighting military confrontations, but also suffering from increasing malnutrition, from hunger, from lack of medical facilities, from lack of clean water. It's a deep humanitarian crisis, one of the most dramatic in recent times, as we heard from the Secretary General and all the UN agencies that are involved in the process. My thoughts are with them. My thoughts are also with the people of Israel who suffered the horrible, heinous attack of Hamas on the 7th of October, including the use of sexual and all other types of violence, and the people who are hostages or relatives of hostages, and I call on the hostages to be released immediately. My thoughts are also with the people of the West Bank who are experiencing increasing violence, including settler violence, and increased danger also to their life. And nothing would be more tragic that as we try to move forward on a peaceful path, that we also see a collapse there at the West Bank. And last but not least, my thoughts are with all the UN workers and all the people of the humanitarian community who are struggling to uphold their services, many of whom have lost their life, a shocking number who have lost their life. International humanitarian law has to be respected. Violations are unacceptable. If we start accepting violations of clear rules of humanitarian law, the rules will lose their meaning, and the rules will be harder to uphold in future conflicts, and they have to be upheld equally across similar situations. Norway was among the first Western countries to call for a sustained, enduring humanitarian ceasefire. We still do, and I'm happy to see that more countries are coming along. We call for the radical step up of humanitarian efforts, not only volumes, and I will echo the Secretary General in pointing out that we cannot only count trucks. We also have to look at the content, the efficiency, the access throughout the whole territory of Gaza, and better coordination. And Norway, as many has already said, welcomed the appointment of Sigrid Kaag in her new, crucially important and really difficult role. These are imperatives, and we have to get them done. They are prerequisite for any further action. But I also agree with all those who say that these are not solutions in themselves. They are prerequisites, they are necessary, they are imperatives, but the solution must be political. The solution requires that we are back on the political track, as Norway has been trying to support for more than 3 decades after the Oslo process. And as the chair of the HALC, we need a political track towards Palestinian statehood. Norway recognizes the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to have their own state. not only in theory, but also in practice. We believe that the quest for a Palestinian state is good for the Palestinian people, but also for the people of Israel, because we do believe that it is the only route in which both communities, both societies can live in peace with themselves and each other. And we, of course, underline, as we've always done, that Israel has to have the right to have the necessary security guarantees, just as the Palestinian people. And it must be a united Palestinian governance of the old territory of Gaza and of the West Bank under the Palestinian authorities. In order to get there, we also have to make sure that we strengthen and help develop further the Palestinian authorities. Norway has now made itself available to try to see if we can be helpful when it comes to the transfer of money that has been collected by Israel to the Palestinian Authority, because before they can be strengthened, they also have to be upheld and survive this terribly difficult situation. And this is important for us, just as we are trying to coordinate with others on the humanitarian track. We need legitimate, credible institutions to run the entire Palestinian territory in the future. And I want to commend the good work that is being done by several ministers, many of whom are in this room, from Arab countries and other OIC countries, in trying to develop a comprehensive plan. Because I think it's very important that we think about the immediate, the near future, and the longer future, and we cannot jump either, because we need to have a credible vision, a credible horizon towards Palestinian statehood. And I believe, and Norway believes, that connecting a path to Palestinian statehood has to be and should be connected to the idea of a broader regional peace and a broader regional settlement with the necessary and legitimate security guarantees for both Israel and Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, this council was set up to deal with exactly these issues, exactly these kind of challenges that the founding fathers of the UN set up. I really call on all those members of the Council to act and to take that responsibility seriously, because in the midst of this deep crisis where we're seeing immense suffering in Gaza, we've seen the terror attacks on Israel, we see the rising tide of violence in the Middle East and the risk of spreading to the Red Sea, to Lebanon, and to other parts of the region. This is also an opportunity. This is a moment of a chance, an opportunity for the international community to come together and stop the immediate fighting, deal with the legitimate security concerns of all sides, help building a Palestinian state, and then take us all to a two-state solution, which would solve many of the challenges of Israel, of Palestine, and of the neighborhood. So I call on you to take on yourself the responsibility that was entrusted with you and for whom we voted when we elected the members of the Security Council. This is really a moment to grasp the opportunity. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Haida for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Madam Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, I'm here today for the third time in 3 months, joining the Council debate on Palestine, to reaffirm Indonesia's unwavering commitment to stand with Palestine, to declare that Indonesia will not rest until we see justice and dignity restored for the Palestinian people. I'm also here to remind Council members that you have a great mandate to maintain international peace and security, not to tolerate wars, and especially not genocide. Madam President, the UN Charter is clear. The Security Council resolutions are binding and must be enforced. My question today, how many resolutions been adopted on Palestine? How many are enforced? Where must Palestine go when for decades the Council fails to act on its own resolution while Israel kills Palestinians with impunity? Once again, I urge Council members to stop the everyday horrors faced by the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. It's over 25,000 people dead, with increasing numbers dying from hunger and the freezing cold including babies and children, too little for us to act? We all have the responsibility to uphold the international humanitarian law without exception to the situation in Gaza. Madam President, on 18 January, Prime Minister Netanyahu openly declared he would not allow a Palestinian state to exist. Indonesia strongly rejects this statement. This statement is unacceptable. This confirms Israel's ultimate goal to wipe Palestine from the world map. Will this council remain silent in the face of such intention? A threat of a full-blown war in the Middle East is a real and present danger. In this context, I emphasize the following. First, we demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire. This will be a game changer for everything. Most importantly, it will provide space to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza, begin work on post-conflict reconstruction, and the process for the two-state solution. At the same time, it is critical to support the work of the UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator to pave the way for the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Second, Palestine must be granted immediate full membership in the UN. This is essential to start fair and balanced work on the two-state solution and to stop Israel's brutal aggression. And third, stop the flow of arms to Israel. Every weapon sent to Israel can be used to kill innocent civilians. Madam President, Israel must be held accountable for this action, including atrocities in Gaza. No nation is above the law. And next month, Indonesia will present its oral statement for the ICJ advisory opinion brought to the court on the mandate of the General Assembly. Indonesia will take any possible avenues to support Palestine. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie Son Excellence.
I thank Her Excellency, Madam Marsoudi, for her statement. Now give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for Europe and International Affairs of Austria.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in a region that has seen more than its share of suffering, the last 109 days have brought a new dimension of devastation. For Israelis traumatized by the slaughter, torture, and sexual violence of October the 7th, who still fear for over 130 innocent hostages held captive in Gaza, among them also an Austrian citizen. And for Jews around the world facing rising anti-Semitism. And for the Palestinians in Gaza, who have lost countless loved ones, who are without shelter, who lack food and medical aid. All of this is heartbreaking. Hamas' barbaric terror attacks have brought Gaza and the whole region to the edge of the abyss. Let me be clear, no country on earth would tolerate such a murderous band of extremists in its neighborhood, and we should all acknowledge that. Israel has not only the right, but also the duty to defend its people. At the same time, there can be no doubt that much more needs to be done to protect civilians in Gaza, and more humanitarian aid needs to reach those in need. This, in the end, will add, not detract, from Israel's security. As a country with a special historic responsibility, Israel's security is our guiding principle. Hamas is a security threat to Israelis and Palestinians alike, just like Iran's proxies in Lebanon, Yemen, and Iraq. The resolute and successful fight against terrorism is essential for Israel's security, as essential as not sowing the seeds for a next generation of terror. And let me be clear also, settlements, settler violence, provocations at the holy sites, and talk of forced displacements also undermine security. We categorically reject this. Madam President, They say that the Middle East is a cruel place for optimists. And yet, I still believe that peace is possible. Normalization delivers a political and economic dividend for everyone. Arab partners should not allow themselves to be taken hostage by Hamas. Israel's long-term security will be best guaranteed by two states living side by side peacefully. And the Palestinian Authority needs to live up to the rightful expectations of their own people. And we, as an international community, we also need to do more by bringing home all hostages, by easing the humanitarian suffering in Gaza, by jointly fighting terrorism, and by laying the foundations for life in peace and dignity for all, for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Schellenberg for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Hassan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Madam President, first and foremost, Malaysia would like to thank you for convening this debate and the Secretary General for his briefing this afternoon. My delegation aligned itself with a statement delivered by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Malaysia also congratulates and welcomes the new members of the Council to share responsibility to uphold peace and security across the globe. Madam President, just last week, Under Secretary General Martin Griffiths said that Gaza is a stain on our collective conscience and that our inaction would become a permanent mark of humanity. Indeed, the Council's inability to call for ceasefire is partly responsible for what is now over 100 days of carnage in Gaza. It has been over 100 days of children becoming orphans, of mothers and fathers becoming parents without children, of streets becoming graveyards, and Palestinians being called the children of darkness by the regimes that rain bombs down upon their homes and hospitals. In this period of time, more than 25,000 Palestinians have been killed. On average, more than 250 Palestinians are killed every day, or more than 10 murders every hour. According to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency, for Palestinian refugees, up to 1.9 million people, or nearly 85% of Gaza's population, are forcibly displaced. Malaysia is appalled that Israel has been allowed to carry out what can only be described as indiscriminate bombing. Homes, shelters, evacuation routes, and even medical centers have been bombed. Those who are not killed by bombs or bullets face the prospect of disease and starvation. They are being denied food, water, medicine, electricity, fuel, and other basic needs. Gaza is on the brink of human-made famine, and its population is being starved as a method of warfare. It is a fact that these are war crimes. Israel has made sure that no one is safe, not even children. This crisis has introduced a most unwelcome new term into the English language. WCNSF stands for Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. This is used to describe what is now an everyday sight in Gaza. Madam President, Malaysia demands an immediate ceasefire. Malaysia condemns the forced displacement of Palestinians. The right to live in peace and security is fundamental, and we urge all parties to respect this basic human right. We call for UN agencies and aid organizations to be given access to provide essential aid without delay and hindrance. Malaysia demands accountability for Israel's clear violation of international law. We welcome and support the decision by South Africa to institute proceedings against Israel before the International Court of Justice. The lack of accountability for Israel's war crimes undermines the legitimacy of international law and efforts towards ending the illegal occupation of Palestine. In upholding the international law, Madam President, and the rights of the oppressed Malaysia on 23 July 2023, along with 56 other countries, submitted a written statement for the advisory opinion on the legal consequences of Israel's ongoing violations in the Palestinian territory at ICJ. Malaysia will now also participate at the public hearing on 19 February this year. We condemn Israel's apartheid practices and persecutions against the Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territories. As a member state of the United Nations, Israel must respect and implement the relevant resolution of the Security Council. The Council cannot allow Israel to behave like the exceptions to the rule. Madam President, the international community must prioritize the upscaling of all necessary amenities for the Palestinian people. Access to basic services is a human right which should not be compromised. Israel's collective punishment of the entire population of Gaza is illegal, immoral, and must immediately cease. Our stance is clear. There should not be reduction in Palestinian territory. Any attempt to grab their land violates international law and further undermines the prospect of peaceful coexistence. Malaysia calls for the full and swift implementation of Security Council Resolution 2712 and 2720. In October and December last year, we joined the overwhelming majority of member states in voting for 2 General Assembly resolutions demanding the protection of civilians and the upholding of legal and as well as humanitarian obligation in relation to Gaza. The majority have spoken, Madam President, and their demand should not be ignored. Malaysia welcomes the appointment of Ms. Sigrid Kaag as Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, pursuant to Security Council Resolution 2720. We hope that Ms. Kaag, who has vast experience, especially in Lebanon, will be given the support needed to effectively discharge her mandate and alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. We encourage collaboration among the parties concerned for a just and lasting solution to this bloodshed. Madam President, we are witnessing a great historical irony in Gaza. The State of Israel was born from horrors of the Second World War, and yet for the past 75 years, it has been inflicting the same deliberate destruction on the Palestinian people and now pursuing it to its premeditated end. This illegal and immoral pogrom of total annihilation should bring us to a single decision by members of this council. It is time to recognize what Israel has been doing as genocide. And it is time to accept the state of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. No nation, no people should be meant to suffer the prolonged indignity of being mere observers of their own slow, painful, and humiliating demise. Here, of all places, Palestine should be given the right to face the occupiers, not as second-class citizens, but as equals, as legitimate voice and an equal vote. We have failed them for far too long. We must stop this charade. The Palestinians deserve nothing less than a free and independent Palestine on the basis of two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Malaysia will continue to do all that is within our means and within our rights to bring an end to this injustice and illegality. The state of Palestine must be admitted as the 194th member of the United Nations. We urge the Council to act now. The Council must take a united and decisive action to stop the war, save civilian lives, end collective punishment, stop the killing now. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Son Excellence. I thank His Excellency Mr. Hassan for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Walid El-Khareji, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
6 July 2023 Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد
In the name of God, the Merciful, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, at the outset I should like to thank the French Republic for its tangible efforts during its presidency of the Council and for its initiative in convening this meeting on the situation in the Middle East. I would also commend the efforts of the Secretary-General of the United Nations and the Coordinator for Affairs in the Gaza Strip for their role in what has been done. President, this Council is meeting once again. Although the situation is worsening in Gaza, tensions are worsening and increasing in the region because of the Israeli attack. Victims are falling by the thousands because of the blind work of the Israeli war machine, which is targeting the Gaza Strip as a whole, its neighborhoods, homes, hospitals, places of worship, and UN buildings and facilities. Around 30,000 people have perished due to the escalation, and the toll is growing every day. How can this tragedy continue with no serious action to bring an end to it, and with no measures to halt the carnage and collective punishment against defenseless civilians in Gaza? The repercussions of this brutal war are clear. These repercussions of a regional and international nature must be contained. This is our common responsibility. We have already warned against the spillover of this conflict, undermining stability and security in the region and internationally. Military operations in the Red Sea and in the Yemeni Republic are a source of concern. The necessary measures must therefore be taken to contain incidences and repercussions of this crisis, which is affecting neighbouring countries and international peace and security. Today, the priority is to alleviate the human suffering and to bring an end to military operations in Palestine. Any measure for regional security or to prevent threats cannot replace a resolution of the root causes of the crisis in Palestine and finding a lasting solution. Hence the role of your Security Council, which is charged with international peace and security. You must act to ensure an immediate ceasefire and to restore peace, to alleviate suffering and to allow the Palestinian people to safeguard their dignity and their legitimate rights. How can the Palestinian people hope for a better future and a dignified life and development under the yoke of occupation and the shooting of the Israeli war machines? The General Assembly has taken a decision calling for an immediate ceasefire. This reaffirms that there is an international position in favour of a ceasefire and a halt to the aggression and to save civilians in Gaza. We categorically refuse linking this war to self-defense. We reject forced displacements for Gaza inhabitants, and we reject racist and incendiary declarations, irresponsible declarations by the occupying authorities. We denounce the scorn shown for the lives of Palestinian inhabitants, as though the protection of civilians was a right reserved to one people rather than another. All of this is exacerbating the cycle of violence, the hatred, and the extremism. Madam President, my country has been and remains a partisan of peace. We will spare no efforts in restoring peace, security, and development in the region. This is why we have called on numerous occasions for a new breath of air to be breathed into the peace process in the Middle East, and to commit to the two-state solution with the 1967 borders pursuant to the Arab Peace Initiative and the Security Council resolutions. We categorically reject violations of international humanitarian law by any parties in any circumstances. We condemn targeting of civilians and call upon this Council to adopt a firm position to oblige Israel to respect international law and to bring an end to this suffering. The continued military operations will merely prolong the bloodshed. Therefore, we must adopt a common stance with regard to the ceasefire. We must stop these attempts to procrastinate and fail to implement Security Council resolutions. This undermines the credibility of the Security Council. This incendiary attitude by the Israeli occupying forces feeds into tensions and could undermine international efforts to achieve stability in the region. The status quo will just push this conflict from one conflict to another and will jeopardize the interests of the whole region in its stability, including Israel. This peace which we so desire must go via a credible, irreversible path towards creating an independent Palestinian state which safeguards the dignity of the Palestinian people, allowing for their coexistence and common security, as well as for stability and development for all. I thank you. I thank His Excellency Mr. El Kherechi for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Jarrah Jabal Al Ahmed Al Shabab, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kuwait.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, blessings, and mercy of Allah be upon you. Firstly, I extend to you, Madam President, and to your friendly country, the French Republic, my congratulations on your presidency of the Security Council during this month. I wish you all success in facilitating the work of the Council towards strengthening the status of international law in line with the principles, purposes, and values of the United Nations Charter. We meet today in light of exceptional and catastrophic developments. In a United Nations body whose destiny and responsibility is to maintain international peace and security. But it has become clear, after what we witnessed in the Gaza Strip, of unspeakable crimes and human suffering which shocked our conscience, that the Security Council is unable to carry out its political, legal, and humanitarian responsibilities. This is nothing but the result of double standards, as the Council failed to take a principled position in the face of the Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip. It stood idly by while occupation forces persisted with gross violations of international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law, in addition to international resolutions, including resolutions of this Council. The Council was also unable to adopt a resolution demanding the immediate cessation of Israeli crimes. This is a direct result of narrow geopolitical interests prevailing over the centrality of applying the law to everyone without exception. Madam President, the Gaza Strip has been witnessing collective punishment, indiscriminate bombing, the killing of innocent civilians, whose number exceeded 25,000, including children and women, the destruction of infrastructure, the demolition of homes, the targeting of journalists and relief workers, the killing of more than 150 UN staff, in addition to the continued targeting of hospitals and places of worship. All this is inconsistent with international law and the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, which we all endorsed to defend the rights of humanity when this astute organization was established. Today, we have come to the Security Council to defend our brotherly Palestinian people and international law as a whole. We have no choice but to resort to international law and the UN Charter to preserve our dignity and rights as individuals and our security and stability as member states of this esteemed organization. Madam President, from this rostrum, the state of Kuwait reaffirms its firm and historical position in support of Palestinian rights and stresses that the main reason for the conflict is the existence of the occupation with no end in sight. If we want sustainable peace and security, this issue must be resolved in accordance with the agreed upon terms of reference and international resolutions, especially relevant Security Council resolutions, the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. To ensure that the brotherly Palestinian people obtain all its legitimate political rights and its right to self-determination, and to establish an independent sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of June 4th, 1967. Madam President, the State of Kuwait reiterates its strong condemnation of the continued blatant aggression against the Gaza Strip by the Israeli occupation forces. This devastating war must end immediately. Humanitarian and relief aid must reach the wounded and injured Palestinians without obstacles. In implementation of international law, accountability for crimes against humanity which were committed and continue to be committed against the defenseless Palestinian people must be ensured. In this context, my country welcomes the step taken by the Republic of South Africa, which filed a case before the International Court of Justice against the Israeli occupation for committing the crime of genocide against the brotherly Palestinian people. In conclusion, the State of Kuwait once again calls upon this Council to assume its responsibilities and to provide international protection to the Palestinian people. We appeal to the international community to support the resilient Palestinian people on its land. We warn against any attempts to displace the Palestinian people and to exacerbate the issue of refugees whose rights must be fulfilled. The passage of time and waves of forced displacement cannot deprive the brotherly Palestinian people of the right to return to its homeland. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Sheikh Al-Shaba for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Diego Martinez Bello, Secretary of State for Foreign and Global Affairs of Spain. I thank you, Madam President. The conflict and tension in the Middle East are continuing to worsen despite our efforts, and therefore we have to redouble these efforts. The international community cannot resign itself to seeing innocent Palestinian civilians die, and to a continued deterioration of this humanitarian situation in Gaza, and to the Israeli hostages and displaced persons being unable to return homes. Women and children make up 70% of deadly victims in Gaza. Our main priority is to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza, which allows for the release of hostages and the humanitarian relief for the population and the stabilization of the situation in Gaza, the West Bank, the south of Lebanon and the north of Israel. This Council has, in resolutions 2720 and 2712, established the parameters for our humanitarian work in which the United Nations will be playing a central role. I wish to call upon all the parties to cooperate actively in this. I wish to pay a warm tribute to the extraordinary work being done by the whole of the United Nations personnel in Gaza, even sacrificing their lives. Spain has tripled our humanitarian and cooperation funds to address this crisis with a sum of 48 million euros in 2023. We are going to maintain our development cooperation with Palestine, supporting UNRWA and the humanitarian agencies and the Palestinian Authority, which represents the Palestinian people and is our partner for peace. Since the outset, we have affirmed that Israel has the right to repel the cowardly terrorist attack against it on the 7th of October, which we condemn unreservedly. It must do this whilst fully upholding international humanitarian law and international law. A distinction must be drawn between terrorist targets and civilians. Hamas has shown that it is no more than a terrorist group and it cannot have a governing role in Gaza, but this is no excuse for civilians to continue to pay for its crimes. Spain has shown that the only true guarantee of security for Israel is the re-establishment of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza. And the best way to revitalize the Palestinian Authority so that it assumes this responsibility is to achieve a political solution to the conflict. The Palestinian people have the right to their own state. a sovereign, viable state with its capital in East Jerusalem. The international community must assume its responsibility and provide the framework to achieve this two-state solution without further delay. To this end, Spain has proposed convening an international conference as soon as possible, and 84 countries have formally endorsed this idea at the highest level. All members of the European Union, those of the League of Arab States, and the Islamic Organization for Cooperation. In order to achieve this agenda for peace, we must avoid spillover of the crisis to the region. In Lebanon, the full implementation of all elements of Resolution 1701 provide a clear roadmap, and Spain is firmly committed to this and has been since the outset. We call upon all regional and international protagonists to become involved constructively to reduce tensions and prevent further bloodshed. The international community must be consistent through all of this. The value of human lives and respect for international norms and principles must be universal and be affirmed equally in all international crises and in all circumstances. The events since the 7th of October cannot recur. The region needs more than ever to turn a new page, based upon the implementation of the resolutions of this Security Council and upon the achievement of the two-state solution and a mutual recognition as a path to global peace. Out of the urgency to bring an end to the current crisis and to prevent its spillover must arise a fresh mobilization, and this time a definitive one, for peace. I thank you. I thank His Excellency Mr. Martinez Bello for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Lana Zaiki-Nusseibeh, Assistant Minister for Political Affairs of the United Arab Emirates.
Madam President, we have all heard today how the scale of suffering in Gaza competes with some of the darkest periods in our history. This moment can be an inflection point, or it can be a point of no return. We are seeing the conflict spill over in the Middle East. The Houthis are holding maritime trade hostage by their opportunistic attacks in the Red Sea. Militias and other armed groups are saber-rattling, risking increased instability in our region. And over a week ago, the world was engrossed by the proceedings at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. That such a case has been initiated and generated such international interest and support underlines the gravity of the situation. The United Arab Emirates would like to define 3 steps to bring these crises in the Middle East to an end. First, as has been said, we need an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. The overwhelming majority of the international community has called for this repeatedly, and it is time that the minority view stop obstructing it from happening. We cannot wait another 100 days. The unbearable impacts of the ongoing Israeli bombardment on Gaza has resulted in what the UN has described as the worst humanitarian crisis in the history of the organization. More than 25,000 people have died so far in Gaza, in addition to the 1,000 Israelis who died in the October 7th attack. But today, Gaza is also being starved. 1 in 4 people are now experiencing famine-like conditions. The humanitarian imperative at this moment must be our top priority in addition to the ceasefire, so that life-saving aid can enter at scale and hostages can be allowed out and return to their families safely. The UAE will never tire in calling for such a humanitarian ceasefire. Second, and even as we continue to push for a ceasefire, shorter truces would allow for urgent humanitarian aid and services to reach those in need and for hostages to be released in parallel. The truce at the end of November allowed for additional assistance and humanitarian activities in Gaza, and we need more of them to start tomorrow. Finding pathways to similar agreements is essential. Security Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720 must be fully implemented. This includes ensuring that the UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator is able to fulfill her crucial mandate, including through the establishment of the UN mechanism. Sigrid Kaag has hit the ground running, and we urge the United Nations and its member states to give her their full support, including for any recommendations that she makes to this Council in her first report next week. We also stress the need to end the so-called dual-use restrictions that are seeing trucks containing basic medical supplies being turned away. Humanitarians describe this as a cruel policy that inflicts enormous suffering on the population in Gaza. We need to see the full opening of the Karam Abu Salam, Karam Shalom border crossing to both humanitarian flow and commercial trade. The opening and facilitation of new routes, as well as the resumption of the port of Ashdod, the removal of restrictions on the movement of humanitarian workers, and the full guarantee of safety for those accessing and distributing aid must all be prioritized. Third, any resolution to this conflict must be anchored in the two-state solution. The UAE will not support a return to the failed status quo. Before, the two-state solution was the end point to where we envisioned our diplomatic efforts would lead us. Today, it must be our starting point. On both sides, the future must be led by those who speak responsibly, those who understand that peace demands dignity and equality for both peoples, and begin negotiations on that basis. There are those who resist the two-state solution, even now, without a viable alternative. We ask what they propose as a just and sustainable path to peace in the absence of that two-state solution. What is needed is a valid, defined, benchmarked and agreed upon way towards the two-state solution, and one that includes a workable governance structure. This is the only way to end this conflict sustainably and prevent the cycle of violence inflicted upon both Palestinians and Israelis from forever being repeated. Madam President, this is not only a moral and political duty to end the war on Gaza, but also a strategic imperative if there is to be any hope of a prosperous future for our region. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Madame Nusseibeh for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Majed Abdelaziz, Permanent Observer of the League of Arab States to the United Nations.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. يشرفني أن أطلب.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to deliver the statement on behalf of Mr. Aboulgate, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, who unfortunately was unable to attend this session. Your Excellency, Secretary General, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express the appreciation of the League of Arab States for the French initiative to convene this session at the ministerial level. I thank Your Excellencies, Ministers and Vice Ministers, for participating in this important session, and I thank the Secretary General for his strong statement today, especially following the deterioration of the situation in the Arab world in a way that portends great danger. This is a result of the arrogance and recklessness of Israel. Israel is acting impetuously. This is also a result of the inability of the Security Council, despite all warnings, to create a political horizon for a settlement of the Palestinian question. The Security Council has been unable to provide the necessary protection for the Palestinian people against Israeli violations over years and years, including violations of Security Council Resolution 2334 on settlement activities. These violations are confirmed and documented by the United Nations and human rights organizations. This is what led to the explosion of the situation on the 7th of October, and that prompted Israel to launch the most ferocious, the most violent, illegal military operation against defenseless Palestinian civilians over 100 days now. The humanitarian consequences are disastrous, and according to numerous estimates, they amount to apartheid and genocide. The humanitarian tragedy is exacerbating day by day in Gaza, the West Bank, Jerusalem, and other occupied Palestinian territories. It's compounded by the use of the veto power in this council to prevent the adoption of a resolution calling for a ceasefire, which raises serious concerns among 153 countries representing various regions who called officially at the GA for an immediate ceasefire. Those states are wondering whether international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law whether this law applies to Israel, the occupying power, just as it's applicable to member states of this organization. These states are wondering when Israel will be held accountable for its flagrant violations against the Palestinian people. Will the double standards and the severe geopolitical polarization in the Council prevail to prevent the application of international law on Israel, to protect narrow election-related interests on the one hand, and protect certain extreme leaders on the other hand, and allow Israeli actions to go unpunished? This crisis is becoming more serious as Israel is utterly determined to use the weakness of this council to expand the conflict. It is shelling Syrian airports, attacking Syrian territories. It is carrying out attacks and assassinations in southern Lebanon. Israel is determined to drag regional actors from outside the Arab region into a military confrontation. Israel went so far as to accuse those who criticize its illegitimate practices of anti-Semitism. It is even falsely accusing UN organs, including this council, the Secretary General, and highest UN officials of anti-Semitism. The League of Arab States appreciates rescue efforts by the United Nations and its partners. The League of Arab States stand in solidarity with the families of those who paid the ultimate price during their duty. Much has been said about diverging points of view between major powers supporting Israel on the one hand and right-wing extremist Israeli leadership on the other hand regarding strategies, Israeli strategies in this war, unjust war on Gaza and the Palestinian people and other Arab states. Nevertheless, we haven't seen any change in the official positions in the Council as a result, despite the fact that this Israeli escalation will lead to a regional spillover, will lead to the eruption of a new regional war. This council and the countries of the region will be left with very difficult choices, especially in light of significant casualties on both sides and in light of the devastating humanitarian repercussions. The Council must recognize that the unlimited support provided to Israel by major powers in this Council has only created an increasing global sentiment that Israel must be held criminally accountable, that officials from the extremist right-wing Israeli government must appear before the ICC. This is what you've seen. This is why you've seen an overwhelming Arabic, African, Islamic, and international support to initiatives by the GA on the one hand and the initiative by South Africa and other countries on the other hand to resort to the ICJ and the ICC to prosecute Israel and Israeli officials for these violations. The civilized international community that believes in the international collective security system is eagerly awaiting rulings and the issuance by international judicial bodies of legal orders on an interim basis to achieve what this council unfortunately was unable to achieve under the Charter and international law. Madam President, invoking Article 99, the Secretary General sent a letter to the Security Council containing a realistic warning that the Arab countries endorsed, a warning of the seriousness of the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories and in the Middle East as a whole. The letters by the Secretary General in December 2023 and January 2024 confirmed the grim picture that is resulting from the Israeli military escalation. Israel is chasing this delusion that it is able to eliminate Palestinian resistance and Hamas. Despite regional and international warnings by the EU, the Non-Aligned Movement, the OIC, the African Union, and the League of Arab States and other organizations, despite these warnings, the Council has been unable to adopt a resolution to call for a ceasefire, even on humanitarian grounds. It has been unable to ensure practical guarantees to facilitate the unfettered flow of humanitarian aid to Gaza. At the meeting requested by Algeria on behalf of the League of Arab States on Friday, the 12th of January 2024, members of the Council were unanimous in their categorical rejection of declared Israeli intentions to internally displaced Gazans or to forcibly transfer them to countries of the region. Nevertheless, the Council has not taken any practical measure to stop these plans. This is why the League of Arab States is looking forward to this Council adopting as soon as possible a clear resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire that includes specific executive measures to stop the forcible transfer of Palestinians as part of the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2720 on mechanisms to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid. This resolution should include innovative mechanisms that ensure the effective protection of the Palestinian people and its inalienable rights from attacks by the Israeli army and hordes of settlers until it can establish its sovereign independent states. In parallel, the Security Council must confront any Israeli attempts to destroy the two-state solutions. Most recently, the Prime Minister told the press last Friday that he was opposed to the two-state solution and to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. The Council must respond with practical steps by pushing for creating a clear political horizon to launch direct negotiations between Israel and the state of Palestine to pave the way for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. That would also include the organization of a high-level international conference to reach this goal. Immediate action must be taken to ensure that the state of Palestine becomes a fully fledged member of the United Nations. In conclusion, the League of Arab States is making tireless efforts with the European Union and other peace-loving nations in the East and the West to create the necessary political horizon to implement the two-state solution and to establish an independent Palestinian state. But achieving this goal requires an immediate ceasefire. Also, Israel must immediately refrain from provoking Syria and Lebanon with military operations against these two countries. Israel should stop expanding this conflict. It should stop to seek altering the geographic and demographic reality in Gaza or in any of the occupied Palestinian territories. Israel must recognize that establishing relations with Arab countries and living in peace with Arab countries will not be achieved solely by the so-called Abraham Accords. It will remain contingent on reaching a comprehensive and just settlement of the Palestinian question. The central question for the whole Arab world, and at its core lies the establishment of an independent Palestinian state along the lines of June 1967 with Jerusalem as its capital. Israel must recognize that the Arab Peace Initiative adopted at the Beirut Summit in 2002 remains a just foundation to reach a settlement. If Israel truly wishes to achieve peace, security, and stability to all nations of the Middle East, without exception, including the Israeli people. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abdelaziz for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Madam President, it is my pleasure to deliver the statement on behalf of the Arab group. At the outset, we congratulate you on presiding over this open debate. We thank France for the efforts made during its presidency of the Council this month. We congratulate the newly elected members of the Council, Algeria, Guyana, the Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, and Slovenia, for starting their mandate in the Council. We wish them all the success in their endeavor. We reaffirm our group's support to Algeria in defending common Arab issues and building on the productive work of the UAE during its membership in the Council. I would like to welcome all ministers to this session. This attests to its importance given the continuing systemic Israeli aggression perpetrated against the brotherly Palestinian people for the past 100 days in the Gaza Strip. This has led to a growing number of of people killed and injured because of the ongoing aggression on the Palestinian people, especially in the Gaza Strip under blockade. This has also led to the systemic destruction of civilian infrastructure and facilities. This exacerbated the suffering of Palestinian civilians who are going through horrific humanitarian conditions due to this aggression, which is also threatening stability and security in the region. This was stressed by His Excellency Mr. António Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, in his briefing. I would like to seize this opportunity to once again express my deep appreciation to His Excellency the Secretary General and to his noble efforts and repeated calls for a humanitarian ceasefire. Mr. President, the Arab group reaffirms its call for an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We stress the need for the Security Council to shoulder its main responsibility, namely the maintenance of international peace and security, by putting an end to the dangerous and ongoing Israeli violations of the international law, including the international humanitarian law and the international human rights law, and ensure that it complies with the international community's will stated in the General Assembly Resolution ES 10/22, adopted in the 10th resumed emergency session with the support of 153 member states, when the Security Council was unable to carry out its responsibility and adopt a ceasefire. The international community and the Security Council should protect civilians and accelerate the delivery of humanitarian assistance without any impediment to the Gaza Strip, in line with Security Council resolutions 2712 and 2720. In order to respond to the dire humanitarian situation in the Strip, we reaffirm that ending the humanitarian suffering and tragedy that befell the 2.3 million people in Gaza requires an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. We reaffirm the need to support the efforts of Her Excellency Sigrid Kaag in shouldering her responsibility. It is important to allow her to carry out her mandate and implement Security Council Resolution 2720. Including by establishing a UN mechanism to facilitate the entry and oversight of humanitarian and relief assistance to the Gaza Strip. We also call upon the international community to provide further humanitarian assistance in a safe and continuing manner to the brotherly Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip to meet their needs and alleviate their suffering. Madam President, we strongly reject the collective punishment policy adopted by the Israeli government against the people of the Gaza Strip and the remaining occupied Palestinian territories. We reject any attempt for forced displacement of Palestinians from their land. We reaffirm and renew our strong condemnation of the latest extremist and racist statements by the Israeli government outside of Gaza and the reoccupation of the Gaza Strip. This is a blatant violation of the international law and the resolutions of international legitimacy. We condemn the ongoing illegal Israeli practices, including in the West Bank and Al-Quds al-Sharif, which only derail the peace process and exacerbate tension, escalation, and instability in the region. The international community should fight the crimes perpetrated by Israel, the occupying power, in its war against the people in Gaza. It is targeting civilians. It is destroying vital infrastructure. It is destroying schools, universities, hospitals, and mosques. It is cutting off water and energy. It is starving the people. It is also committing other blatant violations of the international humanitarian law. We also stress the right of the Palestinian refugees and displaced people to return to their home. We support the South Africa's case at the ICJ against Israel for genocide and violation of the Genocide Convention of 1948. We commend this principled position taken by South Africa to defend the rights of the Palestinian people and the Palestinian question as an important step towards a ceasefire, accountability, and justice. We stress that we will continue to support this noble effort. Madam President, the number of the number of victims of the Israeli aggression on the Palestinian people has exceeded 25,000, mostly women and children. There are tens of thousands of injured and people killed under the rubble, including 153 UN workers. There are 117 journalists who are targeted by Israel. It is destroying civilian infrastructure and facilities in a blatant violations of the international humanitarian law and international law. The immediate, lasting, and comprehensive ceasefire in Gaza is the only way to save the lives and stop the suffering of the Palestinian people, to protect civilians and meet their humanitarian needs. This is the inherent right of innocent civilians. It is set out in human rights instruments. This is also an ethical and legal and political duty that the international community and the Security Council should shoulder. We condemn the repeated Israeli aggressions on the Syrian and Lebanese territories. It is important to preserve security and safety in the neighboring countries so that the war does not expand. We believe that crises in the Middle East are intertwined, and the latest dangerous developments in the occupied Palestinian territories will have grave repercussions on the Middle East, and we have seen this happening. This is why any effort to stop the escalation and the regional conflict should take into account the root cause of instability, namely the Israeli aggression on the Palestinian people. In this regard, the Arab group would like to call upon all countries that recognize Palestine to recognize it based on or we call upon all the countries who have yet to recognize Palestine to recognize it based on the June 1967 borders and give it full membership at the United Nations. And we call for holding a peace conference based on the resolutions of international legitimacy. The just and sustainable resolution or solution for the Palestinian question is based on the resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative. This requires comprehensive peace because that's the only guarantee for stability and security in the region. We reaffirm the urgent need to promote international efforts to stop the Israeli occupation and ensure the independence of the Palestinian state on the borders of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as a capital in line with the two-state solution and the relevant resolutions of international legitimacy. We stress that peace in the Middle East requires the withdrawal by Israel from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Golan. We also call upon your august council to shoulder its legal responsibility in this regard and give hope to the people of the region in granting them security, stability, and a dignified life. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein. Thank you, Madam President.
And is gravely worried by the catastrophic situation in the Gaza Strip and the signs of increasing escalation and instability in the wider region. We are deeply concerned by the massive displacement of the civilian population and the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation, the large-scale loss of civilian life, in particular the shocking number of children killed, and the incalculable suffering that continues to be visited on the people of Gaza. Our most immediate priority must remain the protection of civilians. To this end, the conflict parties must fully respect the international humanitarian law without exception, including by granting immediate, full, and unhindered access to humanitarian organizations to provide emergency relief. We have joined the vast majority of the UN membership in demanding an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian ceasefire as a prerequisite to this end. Regrettably, this urgent call has not yet been heeded. We remind the Council of its primary responsibility under the Charter for the maintenance of international peace and security, which it exercises on behalf of the membership as a whole, and of Article 25, in which member states have explicitly committed to carry out the decisions of the Council. Every moment that passes, the Security Council remains conspicuous by its absence to echo the call by the membership for a humanitarian ceasefire. We have seen, after the adoption of Resolution 2720, the Council pronouncement can be followed by a cessation of hostilities on the ground. The Charter makes clear the need for the Council to act preventively and in a timely manner. We implore it to explore all possible avenues in this regard. Madam President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is disastrous. Disease is rife. Children are being operated on and women are giving birth without anesthesia. Civilians risk dying of hunger mere miles from the trucks that have been sent to bring them food. The clear and evident risk of famine we see today is not the result of natural disaster or a lack of resources. It is man-made. We again call on all to fully abide by their obligations under international humanitarian law, including with respect to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Madam President, Liechtenstein is committed to the rule of law at the international level. We therefore support the role of the International Court of Justice in the settlement of disputes, including under the Genocide Convention, which we have ratified. We are following closely the ongoing proceedings in the case brought by South Africa against Israel, including the consideration of provisional measures, and emphasize the importance of compliance with any measures ordered by the court in any case. Madam President, we reaffirm the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and our strong support for a two-state solution as the only way to bring a peaceful, stable, and sustainable solution for the people of Israel, the people of Palestine, and for the region. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On the 15th of January, this marked 100 days since the beginning of the escalation of hostilities in the Middle East. During this time, the civilian population in Gaza has suffered innumerable losses and, on a daily basis, faces the difficult task of surviving in the face of the international community's inability to protect it, pursuant to international humanitarian law. Neither has it been possible to make progress towards a cessation of hostilities, in line with the resolutions adopted during the 10th Extraordinary Emergency Session of the General Assembly. Immediately following Hamas's reprehensible terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians, Mexico and the majority of member states warned of the need to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Our call fell on deaf ears, and we are now faced with an unacceptable situation whereby there are over 25,000 victims in Gaza, 70% of whom are women and children. The occupied Palestinian territory has suffered incalculable damage to its infrastructure and other civilian goods, which complicates the future prospects of the survivors and puts initial stresses upon the viability of a Palestinian state. A significant number of the hostages taken on the 7th of October are still being held by Hamas. In the face of this bleak panorama, I will focus on 3 points. Firstly, Mexico reiterates its categorical condemnation of any indiscriminate attack or any attack targeting civilians or medical and humanitarian personnel. Such acts run counter to the principles of distinction, necessity, and proportionality pursuant to international humanitarian law and could constitute war crimes. We recognize the efforts of the United Arab Emirates and Egypt, leading to the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2720. We also welcome the appointment of Sigrid Kaag as humanitarian coordinator for Gaza, and I reiterate my country's full support and commitment in her difficult task. In line with the above-mentioned resolution, and given the precarious situation facing the population of the Gaza Strip, we urge for the opening of new humanitarian routes to enable the entry of basic commodities and also for the easing of restrictions upon safe movement for humanitarian workers. Secondly, given the prolonged hostilities in Gaza and their very serious humanitarian consequences, Mexico decided, along with Chile, to refer the situation in the state of Palestine to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, so that it can investigate the probable commission of crimes under its competence. In doing this, we want to contribute to ensuring that an impartial, in-depth investigation is carried out in order to attribute responsibilities and guarantee effective accountability, enabling victims to access justice in the absence of a jurisdiction in Palestine which is able to meet these aims. This initiative is complementary with the processes underway upon the initiative of other countries and the International Criminal Court itself and the International Court of Justice. Thirdly, Mexico expresses its deep concern regarding the increase of tensions in the Middle East, which risks further escalation, which would have serious consequences for the whole region. Mexico echoes the call of the Secretary General and calls upon all parties to this conflict to exercise maximum restraint, whether on the border between Lebanon and Israel or in the Red Sea, and to take urgent measures to smooth tensions to avoid devastating consequences for the whole region. This Security Council and the international community have the collective obligation of fostering a political process aimed at ensuring sustained peace, under the premise of two states which meet the legitimate security concerns of Israel and allow for the consolidation of the Palestinian state, a state which would be politically and economically viable within secure, internationally recognized borders pursuant to the relevant United Nations resolutions. We reiterate the need for all states to abstain from measures such as mass transfers of weapons in order to avoid the perpetuation of a vicious circle of violence. And finally, we urge for redoubled efforts to restrict the use of the veto in situations where mass atrocities may be occurring. Here, once again, we call upon those states who have not yet done so to join the Franco-Mexican initiative on the voluntary restriction of the veto, which has already garnered 106 state signatories. My country, Mexico, will support all efforts aimed at establishing a peace based upon mutual respect whilst fully upholding international law. To this end, we express our support for the organization of an international conference for comprehensive peace in the Middle East, in line with other participants in this debate. It is our obligation not to fail the thousands of Palestinian and Israeli children who deserve a better and peaceful future. Thank you. I thank the representative of Mexico for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Madam President, I thank the French presidency for convening this high-level open debate today. The conflict in Gaza has been raging for more than 100 days with loss of lives a deteriorating humanitarian situation and rising instability in the region and beyond. Madam President, the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas has also led to large-scale loss of civilian lives, especially women and children, and has resulted in an alarming humanitarian crisis. This is clearly unacceptable, and we have strongly condemned the death of civilians. It is critical to prevent further escalation of violence and hostilities. It is imperative to avoid the loss of civilian lives in any conflict situation. India has a long-standing and uncompromising position against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We are aware that the immediate trigger for the conflict were the terror attacks in Israel on 7th October last year. There can be no justifications for terrorism and hostage-taking. Our thoughts are with those who have been taken as hostages, and we reiterate the demand for their immediate and unconditional release. The ongoing conflict is also impacting the safety of maritime commercial traffic in the Indian Ocean, including some attacks in the vicinity of India. This is a matter of great concern to the international community and has a direct bearing on India's own energy and economic interests. This fraught situation is not to the benefit of any party, and this must be clearly recognized. Madam President, the leadership of India is in constant touch with the leaders of the region, including those of Israel and Palestine, and we have voiced our views in multilateral fora. The message that India has conveyed since the start of this conflict is clear and consistent. It is important to prevent escalation to ensure continued delivery of humanitarian aid. The humanitarian situation needs to be addressed in earnest. We welcome the efforts of the UN and international community in this regard. India has delivered shipments of relief material to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We have also provided $5 million, including the $2.5 million in end December, to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East, which will go to support the agency's core programs and services, including education, healthcare, relief and social services provided to Palestinian refugees. Madam President, I wish to conclude by reiterating India's long-standing support for a two-state solution where the Palestinian people are able to live freely in an independent country within secure borders with due regard to the security needs of Israel. We firmly believe that only a two-state solution achieved through direct and meaningful negotiations between both sides on final status issues will deliver an enduring peace that the people of Israel and Palestine desire and deserve. For this, we urge all parties to de-escalate, eschew violence, avoid provocative and escalatory actions, and work towards creating conditions for an early resumption of direct peace negotiations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Madam President, thank you for organising today's debate. Thank you too to the Secretary-General for his briefing. The situation in Gaza is a humanitarian disaster. The loss of life is appalling. Conditions for Gazan citizens, the vast majority of whom are now displaced, are intolerable. Parties to this conflict have obligations under international humanitarian law. New Zealand has strongly condemned Hamas's shocking attacks on Israel. We call again for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages held in Gaza. We support Israel's right to defend itself, but in doing so, it is obligated to protect civilians and ensure its military action is targeted and proportionate. Israel also has responsibilities under the 4th Geneva Convention to ensure that the civilian population of Gaza has the necessary essentials of life. Conditions on the ground, however, are preventing the humanitarian response from keeping up with the enormous level of need. We continue to hear that nowhere is safe in Gaza. Civilians, humanitarian actors, healthcare workers, and journalists must be protected. There needs to be appropriate and reliable deconfliction systems to ensure movement for humanitarian actors and goods. Responders need unimpeded access. It is unacceptable that denials and burdensome inspection and approvals processes are delaying the delivery of vital life-saving assistance. Multiple functional supply lines for aid are critical. Responders must be allowed to get aid into Gaza and to deliver it to wherever it is needed, including the north of Gaza. Similarly, a restoration of communications networks and other essential services are required to aid the response. We again call on Israel to facilitate safe and unimpeded access for humanitarian assistance and protection immediately, and to work constructively with the UN and other humanitarian actors. New Zealand was pleased to see the Security Council adopt Resolution 2720 last month. We welcome the appointment of Sigrid Khan as Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza and offer our full support for her important work ahead. We call on the Security Council to rise above politics and point scoring to advance the cause of peace. The single best way to alleviate civilian suffering is to stop the fighting. New Zealand has supported the calls in both the Security Council and the General Assembly for humanitarian pauses or truces to allow for the delivery of humanitarian aid. New Zealand has repeatedly called for urgent efforts towards a sustainable ceasefire. We repeat these calls today. The risks of the wider region being further drawn into this conflict are alarmingly high and of deep concern. We are particularly concerned about the situation along the Blue Line. Madam President, New Zealand firmly supports the vision laid out in numerous Security Council resolutions, most recently in 2720, of a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace within secure and recognised borders. We must hold on to this vision. Achieving it is not impossible, but it will require steps from all parties. Gaza must never again be a platform for terrorism. There must be no displacement of Palestinians and no reduction in Palestinian territory. Israel must ask itself whether its current efforts to protect its legitimate security interests will ultimately make its people more or less secure. The price of defeating Hamas cannot be the continuous suffering of all Palestinian civilians. That will not break the cycle of radicalisation and division. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of New Zealand for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Madam President, I thank France for convening this important open debate today on the situation in the Middle East and for providing all UN member states an opportunity to address the Council on developments in the region. We meet at a time when once again in the Middle East region is engulfed in myriad conflicts, and as is almost always the case, when there is conflict, it is innocent civilians that are most affected. Recent reports indicate that more civilians were killed in armed conflict over the last year than any other year for more than a decade, and civilians in the Middle East region make up the most of those lives lost. Madam President, South Africa reiterates its horror at the atrocities being committed in Palestine through the targeting of civilians, civilian infrastructure, UN premises, and other vulnerable targets. The actions that we are all witnessing daily by Israel are a violation of international law, including the UN Charter, the Geneva Convention, and its protocols. In its attacks on and kidnapping of innocent civilians, Hamas has also violated international law. There can be no doubt that the illegal occupation of Palestine by Israel for several decades has led to bitter hatred and increased violence. The ongoing Nakba of the Palestinian people, launched through Israel's colonization of Palestine since 1948, has systematically and forcibly dispossessed, displaced, fragmented the Palestinian people, deliberately denying them their internationally recognized inalienable right to self-determination and their internationally recognized right of return as refugees to their towns and villages in what is now the State of Israel. Madam President, it is important to stress that the ultimate solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the establishment of two states, Palestine and Israel, living side by side in peace. The Palestinian state should be created along the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and in line with UN resolutions. For this two-state solution to materialize, a peace process initiated by the United Nations must commence urgently. If these negotiations were to commence and for there to be peace, all of us must insist on a comprehensive ceasefire. The killings must come to an end. The brazen bombing of hospitals, schools, residential areas, places of worship, and the denial of basic necessities must stop. The collective punishment Israel is exacting on all Palestinian people is an affront that has existed for decades. The world has expressed horror, but has not acted effectively to save Palestinian lives. Madam President, as we have consistently stressed, we cannot proclaim the importance of international law and the importance of the UN Charter in some situations and not in others, as if the rule of law only applies to a select few. For international law to be credible, it should be uniformly applied and not selective. The events of the past few months in Gaza have illustrated that Israel is acting contrary to its obligations in terms of the Genocide Convention. As a UN member state, and owing to South Africa's painful past experience of a system of apartheid, this impresses on us as member states to take action in accordance with international law. South Africa has thus opted to resort to international judicial mechanisms, including at the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, to seek justice for the people of Palestine. It is for this reason that on 11 January 2024, lawyers representing the government of South Africa appeared before the ICJ in a matter in which we are calling on the court to issue provisional measures, including ordering Israel to stop its military campaign in Gaza, which we believe is necessary in this case to protect against further severe and irreparable harm to the rights of the Palestinian people. Several countries and regional organizations have made public statements in support of South Africa's proceedings against Israel, and some states have also indicated their desire to intervene in the proceedings after the hearing on provisional measures. South Africa welcomes expressions of support for the case before the ICJ and encourages states to intervene, should they wish, in the merit stage of the proceedings. In conclusion, Madam President, South Africa would like to underscore that war is never wise. When the use of force is utilized anywhere in the world, irrespective of whether it is lawful or unlawful, the laws of war must be applied and civilians must be protected. I thank you.
Je remercie le représentant.
I thank the representative of South Africa for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Philippines.
The Philippines would like to thank you, Madam President, and France for convening today's Security Council open debate on the Middle East, including the question of Palestine. We would like also to thank the Secretary General for his briefing this morning. The Philippines is deeply concerned about the escalation of the conflict in the Middle East and urges all parties to prioritize dialogue for a peaceful resolution. We champion diplomacy and are committed to collaborating with nations under UNSC resolutions and international law to achieve a lasting solution to the conflict. The Philippines reiterates its dedication to supporting peace and stability in the Middle East with a focused commitment to resolving the Israeli-Hamas conflict. The presence of a significant Filipino community in the Middle East and Israel underscores the direct relevance of this issue to the Philippines and highlights the importance of our profound concern about the peace process. There is a need to de-escalate the situation to avoid spilling over to other areas of the region and negatively impacting innocent people that are not otherwise involved in the conflict. The safety and security of all civilians is essential, and critical facilities, including humanitarian shelters and hospitals, need to continue to address the humanitarian needs of those affected in a sustained and resolute manner. The Philippines supports the full and immediate implementation of the UN General Assembly ESS resolution on protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations, and UN Security Council Resolution 2712 on urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and corridors in Gaza, and UN Security Council Resolution 2720 on scaling up and monitoring humanitarian aid going into Gaza. Indeed, the safe and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance in Gaza is urgently needed on a daily basis. We recognize the staggering loss of life and the suffering of all civilians affected by the conflict and condemn all forms of violence and aggression from any party. We also express deep concern to the unprecedented destruction of public and private buildings because of the ongoing conflict in Gaza. We also share the fears that the widespread damage will lead to a lost generation of young people. We join the international community's call to immediately stop these attacks and release all hostages. The Philippines supports the efforts of the United Nations to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance and essential supplies to Palestinian civilians trapped and helpless in the Gaza Strip. We commend the extraordinary efforts being undertaken by UNRWA and other UN agencies in responding to the humanitarian needs of affected populations in the ongoing conflict, even under extraordinary and dangerous conditions. We also support the ongoing efforts of newly appointed UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator Sigrid Kaag to accelerate aid flows into Gaza and expedite all areas of the assistance that is so much needed for civilians in Gaza, given the very acute humanitarian conditions that they have to live with. To complement the UN efforts to increase aid, we echo the Secretary General's call on the parties to respect international humanitarian law, respect and protect civilians, and ensure their essential needs are met. The Philippines reiterates its firm support for a two-state solution in harmony with international agreements and pertinent UN resolution. We see this as a viable and sustainable pathway to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Both Israelis and Palestinians deserve a future where their rights, aspirations, and security are recognized and upheld. All parties, therefore, must refrain from unilateral actions that undermine the prospects for a two-state solution. The Philippines recognizes that the conflict can never be resolved by violence, but through meaningful dialogues and negotiations in accordance with international law. Diplomacy must continue to be the driving force in achieving a lasting and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. We all want a comprehensive, just, and sustainable solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in order to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East. Finally, we support the peaceful implementation of all UN resolutions and initiatives towards the resolution of the Middle East conflict and support all efforts to revive the Middle East peace process. Given the significant impact of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the region's stability, we believe that a lasting resolution can only emerge from diplomatic engagement, dialogue, and comprehensive negotiation, all rooted in international law. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Philippines for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you also for organizing this important debate today. Germany fully aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the EU, and we condemn in the strongest possible terms Hamas' brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel on and since 7th of October 23, including horrendous acts of sexual and gender-based violence. Israel has the right to defend itself. For over 3.5 months, Hamas continues to attack Israel with rockets on a daily basis and uses Palestinian civilians as human shields. We reiterate our call for Hamas to immediately release all hostages and lay down their weapons and stop this war. At the same time, Germany is most gravely concerned about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. To be clear, life in Gaza is hell. The suffering of so many innocent civilians must end. We call on Israel's military to better protect civilians in Gaza. We urgently need increased and extended humanitarian pauses, improved humanitarian access, and new border openings to facilitate the distribution of aid to the people in need. We stand ready in this regard to support the efforts of the Humanitarian Reconstruction Coordinator Sigrid Kaag. The relevant resolutions of this Council, adopted by this Council, need to be implemented immediately by all parties. We must do our utmost to prevent both regional escalation and a worsening of the situation in the West Bank, as the German Foreign Minister stressed during her recent trip to the region. Madam President, our collective goal is to pave the way for a sustainable ceasefire leading to lasting peace, based on the implementation of the two-state solution. Gaza and the West Bank belong to the Palestinians, and they must not face expulsion from Gaza or displacement by settlers in the West Bank. Israelis and Palestinians will only be able to live side by side in peace, based on the two-state solution, if each side recognizes the other's suffering and if they understand that the security of one is intricately linked to the security of the other. I thank you.
Je remercie la représentante de l'Allemagne de sa déclaration.
I thank the representative of Germany for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Madam President, at the outset, I wish to congratulate you, France, the fraternal country, on your accession to the presidency of the Security Council this month. And I also wish to thank you for having convened this meeting, which deals with an issue which is extremely sensitive, that is of peace, of security in the Middle East. I thank the United Nations Secretary General for his detailed briefing. Madam President, my country, under the aegis of His Majesty the King, has been chairing the Jerusalem Committee, and we are persuaded of the centrality of the Palestinian cause in the Middle East. The solution to this is the establishment of security in the Middle East. The brutal events on the occupied Palestinian territories in Gaza over the past 3 months have unfortunately imperiled regional peace and security, with repercussions throughout the world. In this context, we wish to reiterate our concerns, our deep-rooted concerns, and our rejection of the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We believe that Israeli military operations in Gaza run counter to international humanitarian law and international law. Furthermore, we once again call for an end to the military aggression and for an immediate ceasefire, and for there to be protection for civilians in line with IHL and international law. There is a need to be able to deliver humanitarian assistance in appropriate quantities, and there is a need also for the release of hostages and prisoners. Moreover, we reiterate our repudiation of all of the shortcomings and the collective punishment that has been inflicted, as well as the forced displacement. This is liable to threaten security in the region. We reiterate that the Gaza Strip is an integral part of the Palestinian territory and the United Palestinian State. Madam President, the Security Council adopted 2 resolutions in response to the humanitarian situation, the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza. The Security Council called for the adoption of concrete measures for the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We thank the Secretary General, who began at an early stage to implement the mechanism of Resolution 2720 for the delivery of assistance to the Gaza Strip by appointing Madam Sigrid Kaag as the High Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs in Gaza. We once again call upon the international community to provide humanitarian assistance in a continuous way to Gaza and to deliver support to Madam Kaag in her delivery of her mandate. And in our commitment to the Palestinian cause, my country delivered a humanitarian assistance to Gaza. And this was through the Rafah crossing. We also, pursuant to royal instructions, we provided assistance to social institutions and hospitals in their efforts to address critical cases in Gaza. Furthermore, His Majesty last week ordered that financial assistance be increased for students of Palestinian origin who are studying in our country, and this is in conjunction with the Palestinian Authority. And this goes hand in hand with our commitment to the Palestinian cause, a fair, a just, a consistent cause to address the claims, legitimate claims of the Palestinian people. Madam President, the Israeli operations and actions on the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, have fomented and increased tensions. Under his stewardship, His Majesty the King, we have been closely monitoring all of the developments in the Palestinian cause, and we take this opportunity to call for the maintenance of the legal status quo for the city, which needs to be a symbol of coexistence between the three monotheistic religions, in line with the Jerusalem Call, which was signed by His Majesty and by Pope Francis. In parallel, the Jerusalem Center provides assistance to the residents of Jerusalem, the Palestinian people, and this is through a political approach under the aegis of His Majesty, as well as through the center providing assistance to the residents of Jerusalem. To conclude, we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people's legitimate rights in line with international law. We wish to recall the letter of His Majesty during the Islamic conference dating 11 November held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I quote, essentially, that is as follows: there's a need to operate in a responsible way, to act responsibly, because we must act for a true peace that will allow the Palestinian people to uphold and enjoy their legitimate rights as part of a two-state solution. There's a need to establish a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, and Mahmoud Abbas needs to be at the head of this state, and this is in line with international law and international references. End of quote. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Morocco for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Pakistan congratulates France and you, Madam President, for a successful presidency of the Council this month and for convening this important debate on the dire situation in Palestine and the Middle East. We welcome the high-level participation in this debate, and we thank the Secretary General for his substantive briefing and his eloquent appeal for peace this morning. Over the past 3 months, the world has witnessed the most brutal slaughter of civilians in the 21st century. Over 25,000 civilians, mostly children and women, have been killed by the Israeli onslaught in Gaza. Over 2 million have been displaced, and humanitarian help has been deliberately impeded by the occupying Israeli army. Madam President, this brutal and indiscriminate killing of innocents and the suffering imposed on an entire population amounts to genocide, as asserted in the case filed by South Africa in the International Court of Justice. Every tenet of international humanitarian law has been violated with impunity by the Israeli occupation. It is sad that despite the calls by the General Assembly in 2 resolutions, despite the near unanimous votes in this Security Council, the international community has failed to stop this genocide taking place in front of our eyes. As we feared, violence and war has spread to adjacent areas of Palestine, to the Israeli-Lebanon border, to Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. Unless the Israeli war machine is stopped, there is every likelihood of further escalation in which many nations may be engulfed. A heavy responsibility rests on the Security Council for having failed to prevent the continuation of Israel's war and its atrocities against the Palestinian people in Gaza and the accompanying brutalities in the West Bank. We welcome the diplomatic efforts deployed to revive the prospects for a 2-state solution. It is the only viable option for realizing a sustainable peace between Israel and the Palestinians and between Israel and the Arab and Islamic world. Unfortunately, despite world opinion, despite the advice of its closest allies and of many of its own people, the extremist Israeli leadership remains adamant in continuing this brutal war and rejecting the prospect of a Palestinian state and a 2-state solution. This will consign the Middle East to perpetual conflict. Madam President, it is now time for the Security Council, for the entire membership of the United Nations, to consider measures by which to reverse this wanton rejection of peace. We hope the Council will be able, finally, to adopt a resolution demanding a complete cessation of hostilities, full access to humanitarian assistance for the besieged population of Gaza, and international protection for the Palestinian people. This revived peace process should be conducted within the framework of the Security Council with the involvement of all relevant states and stakeholders. If the Israeli leadership persists in refusing peace, the Security Council, the General Assembly, and indeed all United Nations member states must take steps to hold it accountable. There are numerous precedents of measures that can and have been taken to persuade compliance with the decisions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. Madam President, also, in order to ensure the inevitability of the 2-state solution, it is also time to admit Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. Beyond the eloquent words heard in this Council's debate, we look for concrete steps to halt the slaughter of innocents and bring peace to Palestine, to Israel, and to the Middle East. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Libya.
Madam President, allow me to thank you for organizing this important meeting at this time during your presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, history is being written. History records that 100 days have passed since the aggression against the Palestinian people. The Security Council has been completely unable to play the role for which it was established, namely the maintenance of international peace and security. This is why we would like to thank the Secretary General for his courage, for his professionalism during these events. We thank him for his continued calls for an immediate ceasefire and supporting the delivery of humanitarian aid. It is unfortunate that UN staff have been killed, something that we haven't witnessed before at this scale in recent history. Israel is criticizing the United Nations and all their organs. This is why we wonder, why is Israel even participating in sessions like this one? Why hasn't Israel withdrawn from this organization? Ladies and gentlemen, the General Assembly adopted recently a resolution with an overwhelming majority to reach a ceasefire. This council has also adopted a resolution that is supposed to be working on coordinating the delivery of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. However, what is the result? Nothing. Meetings and statements, and the reality hasn't changed. The number of victims exceeded 25,000, including more than 8,000 children. This is the biggest graveyard for children. Thousands of civilians remain under the rubble. Hundreds of thousands are internally displaced and are forcibly displaced. Whole families have been killed without mercy. Places of worship, hospitals, schools were destroyed, demolished. There is no safe place in Gaza. Even United Nations facilities have all been targeted. Does this council know, for instance, that the UNDP office in Gaza has been a shelter for families of UN staff and for civilians? It was targeted. This office has now been used as a graveyard to bury the victims because families have not found any place to bury their loved ones. Imagine a UN facility raising the UN flag has become a graveyard, and you can look at the images confirming what I'm saying. Death is everywhere. Where is your conscience? Where is the global conscience? This all is being recorded in history. This council has turned into a space to settle scores at the expense of the peoples of the world. This has been manifested in its inability, until now, its inability to adopt any binding resolution to stop these violations, which are broadcast violations that amounted to war crimes and crimes against humanity. We all now know that it is a systematic campaign for genocide. Where is your conscience? Why are you still silent? How do you justify your silence before your people? History is being recorded. History registers all these failures, registers the position of those that remained silent before these massacres, remained silent before the deliberate killing of women and children. This is a disgrace for humanity, this aggression, and remaining silent has shown that the slogans of human rights has been false, and they're only implemented for certain peoples, not for everybody. But this all is being recorded in history. We've seen double standards. There is no need to remind you of the positions of a number of countries in recent history regarding the situation in Ukraine. Those countries have exercised pressure and is still exercising pressure to implement the principles of international humanitarian law and ensure the protection of civilians. So what happened today? Are Gazans not people? They're not human? Are there different levels of human being? Where is justice from all of this? Stop with hypocrisy. Stop distorting the truth, because everything will be recorded in history. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still trying to distort the truth, we say, you can't reduce a situation to the events of the 7th of October. You can't forget all the massacres that have been committed over decades in Gaza and the West Bank. As if usurping the land in 1948, as if expelling people from their land was not the reason for this conflict. This is why Libya will not accept the request to condemn the Palestinian people and describing them as terrorists at a time when terrorism by the extremist right government is being justified with the pretext of self-defense. We're wondering, self-defending yourselves from whom? The aggressor is defending itself from the aggressee. The occupier is defending themselves from the occupied. So the occupier is now portraying himself as the victim. Has any of you heard of an occupier being a victim? Has any of you in this council, and there are many examples, has any of you, any country, achieved independence from an occupier without resistance, especially in the absence of justice? In Libya, for example, Italian occupiers described Omar al-Mukhtar and other resistant fighters. They were described as subversive actors, outlaws. Italy saw Libya as its fourth coast. Hundreds of thousands were assembled in camps. Because of our resistance, we obtained independence. Did Italy back then have the right to defend itself during this time of occupation? Were Libyan resistance fighters during that time terrorists? Ladies and gentlemen, at the main entrance of the United Nations HQ, you will see a statue of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela has also been described as a terrorist, supported by terrorists, as he was resisting the apartheid system in South Africa. He resisted for freedom and justice. Today, you all know that he's a fighter. He's a resistant fighter. He led his people to freedom and liberation. So what's the difference now between what happened in South Africa and what's happening in Palestine, the system of apartheid that's being entrenched in Palestine? This is why I say to you all, I repeat Mandela's words.
Is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we had made to lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead.
The speaker is repeating the quote by Nelson Mandela in Arabic.
يحدد أهمية الحياة التي نحياها. لذلك
This is why I say to you that history is recording what's happening, and you can choose how you go down in history. And in this occasion, we value the bold and courageous position by South Africa and the case filed at the ICJ as a result of the genocide committed against Gazans. In this context, and despite the challenges in Libya, Libya has also fulfilled its moral, humanitarian, and national responsibility. We joined South Africa in this case. That also applies to the case to consider violations against the Palestinian people. We call upon all countries to join this human action, human movement to achieve justice for the Palestinian people, and everything is recorded in history. Ladies and gentlemen, it is strange to see now some speak about reconstruction in Gaza and projects for the future. At the same time, when bombardment continues, shelling continues, at this moment, there are so many children still under rubble. Stop the aggression first and then start speaking about the day after. Determine your position, your stance towards the occupier who rejected the establishment of the Palestinian state. More recently, the Prime Minister has held a map of his country before the 7th of October events, where Palestinian was nowhere to be seen on this map. So what is your stance towards that? The political future concerns only Palestinians. No one has the right to design solutions for the Palestinian people. Ladies and gentlemen, from this rostrum, I address our people in Palestine, especially Palestinians in Gaza. What we are doing today is the least we can do compared to the sacrifices of the Palestinian people. It is our attempt to save the Palestinian people. Like you, we lost our trust in the international community because of the double standards, because you need to know that we in Libya and the free peoples of the world, we are with you in your struggle. We are not going to waver. We will defend your right to resist, your right to self-determination. All states around the world must prove before their people that the human conscience is still alive and that they will stop this aggression. They will resist this aggression, this injustice that claimed the lives of innocent people, women and children. We have to work together using all means to stop this unjust aggression and to reach a ceasefire immediately. We must stop the genocide. We must stop the forcible displacement. We will not be waiting for a new Nakba. This is why we repeat once again our position, our firm position. There will be no peace without reviving the hope, especially for this generation. The first step is to grant full membership to the State of Palestine in the United Nations. The Palestinian people must be granted its full legitimate rights. All refugees must go back to their homeland. An independent Palestinian state must be established with East Jerusalem as its capital. There is no peace without justice. And remember, everything is recorded in history. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Libya for this statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Madam Ambassador Broadhurst, I wish to thank France for having organized this important debate, and I commend the effort undertaken by the French presidency of the Security Council with a view to securing tangible results in the matters of which the Council is seized, specifically the situation in the Middle East.
To speak on behalf of the 3 Benelux countries, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, and my own country, the Kingdom of Belgium. Whilst aligning ourselves with the statement of the European Union, and notwithstanding our respective and well-known national positions on the conflict, the Benelux countries would like to take this opportunity to focus solely on the implementation of the mandate of the Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator. We welcome the expeditious appointment of Madame Sigrid Kaag as Senior Coordinator, and we fully support her in her endeavors. Madam Chair, the Benelux countries are deeply concerned by the dire humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and its grave impact on the civilian population, especially the disproportionate effect on children. International humanitarian law must be respected by all parties at all times. Civilians and civilian infrastructure, including schools and hospitals, should never be a target. With regards to the dire humanitarian situation, including the levels of acute food insecurity, the Benelux countries would like to stress 3 urgent points of action that require immediate operational steps by the parties involved. We hope that the appointment of Madame Kach will be instrumental for their implementation, and we call on the members of this Council and on the entire UN membership to fully support her. The first point is access. All relevant border crossings and all other feasible options must be fully used. Humanitarian actors should have full, unimpeded and safe access to the whole of Gaza, notably via safe corridors throughout the Strip. Access arrangements should be facilitated and streamlined as much as possible. My second point, Madam Chair, is volume. Based on improved access, delivery to Gaza needs to be drastically increased in order to meet the actual needs. Clearing and monitoring procedures need to be simplified in order to enable humanitarian organizations to deliver aid effectively and efficiently. Of course, humanitarian aid will not be enough to reverse the worsening hunger amongst the population. The restoration of a functioning market, allowing for essential supplies to enter Gaza and private actors to operate, should also be a priority. The third point is trust. We are confident that through her actions, Madame Kach will also be able to improve the level of trust between the concerned parties. We call on those parties to allow her to operate effectively, to engage with her in good faith, and to provide her with the necessary room to achieve tangible results for the civilian population in Gaza. Madam Chair, the successful implementation of the coordinator's mandate is an objective we should all commit to. As a first minimum imperative, the focus should lie on the implementation of an immediate temporary humanitarian ceasefire and on the creation of the conditions for a sustainable cessation of hostilities. Furthermore, we call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Madam Chair, under international humanitarian law, the parties have clear obligations regarding the provision of humanitarian assistance. Resolution 2712 and 2720 are unequivocal. The parties should allow, facilitate, and enable the immediate, safe, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale directly to the Palestinian civilian population throughout the Gaza Strip. Parties must also ensure the functioning of critical infrastructure and provide essential services. Israel and the other actors on the ground have an obligation of result. Now is the time to deliver. Finally, colleagues, we look forward to the coordinators establishing expeditiously a UN mechanism for accelerating the provision of humanitarian relief and relief consignment to Gaza. The Benelux countries again call on all members of this Council and the parties to work constructively with Mrs. Kach and her team in this regard. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Belgium for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt. Madam President, I wish to congratulate you on the accession of the French Republic to the presidency of the Security Council this month. I thank you for having convened this very important meeting. This is a turning point in the war being waged by Israel against the occupied Palestinian territories. This is a war that had and continues to result in atrocities that humankind has not borne witness to for a century. These are atrocities that have shielded and spared nobody, not even the dead, who have been exhumed and whose tombs have been defaced. And in this regard, we are waiting the judgment of the ICG regarding the referral of the case by South Africa under the Convention against Genocide dating 1948. I also wish to warmly thank the United Nations Secretary General for his detailed briefing. I thank the Secretary General for his bold position during this crisis. These are positions that have been on the side of justice without hesitation. Madam President, the ambassador of Bahrain, a fraternal country, brotherly country, has already delivered a statement on behalf of the Arab group to which we align ourselves. In his statement, he mentioned the magnitude of the Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people, and he also mentioned the united position of Arab states vis-à-vis these unfortunate recent developments. I wish to deliver the following points. It is now clear that the immediate end to this war, this horrific war, has become a priority for the international community, especially in light of the fact that the war has been spreading, spilling over into other territories outside of the occupied Palestinian territory. We already warned about the risks of this. The current situation, including in the Red Sea, this vital route for global trade, is a real threat to security for the entire world. And this issue cannot be addressed in a manner that is separate from the war in the occupied Palestinian territory. And this brings us to our repeated calls for an immediate ceasefire. Second, the humanitarian situation is devastating and catastrophic in occupied Palestinian territory, specifically in Gaza, and this should prompt us to implement Resolution 2720. There's also a need to accelerate the implementation of the above-mentioned provisions, specifically the opening of all crossing points, especially those under Israeli control, to deliver humanitarian assistance. There is also a need to accelerate the establishment of a mechanism under the management of Madam Sigrid Kaag. We extend to Madam Kaag our full support. The delivery of assistance and the end to the war are the only way to end this suffering and to counter the premeditated attempts by Israel to displace the Palestinian people. We rejected this and condemned this. This constitutes a desperate attempt by the Israeli government to liquidate and eliminate the Palestinian cause. And in this regard, I wish to take the opportunity to reiterate before this august body that the Rafah crossing point was never closed by Egypt. From the very start of the war, Egypt spared no effort to deliver assistance, to facilitate access to this assistance in coordination with all donors. And we also evacuated all wounded persons and the critically injured. Everybody who believes that occupation is viable is being misled. They are mistaken, as are those who believe that it is possible to eliminate the Palestinian cause and to address the current situation in the occupied Palestinian territory through force. They are misled. Also misled are those who believe that the security concerns can be addressed exclusively through military means. This is all doomed to failure, and this all results in greater hatred. Fourth, the current situation is a natural consequence of the political impasse and a consequence of the fact that Israel torpedoed the peace process and rejected the means of rekindling this process. And this is why it is our duty to reject the siloed solutions which are doomed to failure. We need to revisit the sole solution, to revert back to the solution that consists of the establishment of a Palestinian state within the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, in line with resolutions of the United Nations. Madam President, to conclude, all of the foregoing that relates to the establishment of a Palestinian state is a consensus, an international unprecedented consensus. There's only one dissenting voice, that is that of Israel. The assistance for the ongoing occupation violations need to be reconsidered. There's a need to deliver support for there's a need to join consensus on a side of justice. Thank you.
Je remercie le représentant de l'Égypte.
I thank the representative of Egypt for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People to the United Nations.
Madam President, I congratulate France for the January presidency of the Security Council, and thank you for elevating this meeting to ministerial level in consideration of the urgency of prioritizing the matter at hand. I also thank the Secretary General for his briefing and tireless advocacy for peace and justice, including a just solution to the question of Palestine. Distinguished Council members, the somber briefing and tragic figures we heard are an urgent call to overcome the prevailing inertia and push for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. It is the fundamental requirement for saving human lives, protecting civilians, and ensuring their sustenance and welfare, and salvaging the prospects for peace. The Gaza Strip has been subject to one of the most intense bombardments in modern history, reflected in over 25,000 Palestinians killed, most of whom were women and children, more than 61,000 people injured, the denial of access to food, water, fuel, and other essential supplies that have caused starvation, spread of disease, extraordinary levels of want, and vast destructions of homes, hospitals, schools, and other vital civilian infrastructure. The Committee on the the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people echoes the overwhelming demand of the international community for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for the unconditional release of all hostages and detainees. We call for the full adherence by all parties to their obligations under international law, including humanitarian and human rights law, and to all relevant resolutions, including General Assembly Resolutions ES 10/21 and ES 10/22, and Security Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720 of 2023. Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks have consistently breached the distinction between civilians and combatants, as well as between civilian and military objects. Israel has also consistently breached its obligations as the occupying power under the Fourth Geneva Convention. Prisoners must be provided humane and dignified treatment. However, disturbing reports and images of torture, cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment of Palestinian prisoners continue to emerge. Thousands of Palestinians, including children, have been detained in just over 3 months. Journalists and media professionals must not be targets for attacks or reprisals. Their families must also not become extended targets to coerce these professionals into silence. Throughout Gaza, freedom of movement and access to humanitarian relief remain severely limited despite the clear provisions of Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. The weaponization of starvation as a method of warfare is prohibited under international law. This practice has been decried by the UN and must be halted. As the Secretary General has repeatedly underscored, nowhere and no one is safe in Gaza. So-called safety zones where civilians were forced to flee are further subjected to Israel's attacks. Mr. President, more than 1.9 million Palestinians in Gaza have been forcibly displaced. This was a forced displacement of an occupied people, most of whom were 1948 Nakba refugees. The majority of those sheltering in 155 UNRWA schools and facilities that continue to come under Israeli attack. Repeated calls by Israeli ministers to forcibly transfer the Palestinian civilian population out of Gaza are abhorrent and must be prevented, as such transfer would constitute a war crime. The escalating violence by Israeli forces and settlers in the occupied West Bank is turning this year into the deadliest on record for children not only in Gaza, but in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, with 344 Palestinians killed since Palestinian children killed since 7 October, including 88 children. Excellencies, Israel's indiscriminate attacks against civilians in Gaza are the latest episode in its 16-year blockade, 56 years of occupation and 76 years of Nakba. Israeli ministers openly discussed their wish and actions to make Gaza unlivable for Palestinians. For this reason, several members of our committee have referred the situation in Palestine to the International Criminal Court, urging accountability for the crimes being perpetuated against the Palestinian people. We commend South Africa, a proud member of our committee, on its application instituting proceedings at the International Court of Justice against Israel, asking for immediate provisional measures to prevent violations of the Genocide Convention in Gaza. Distinguished members, there is no time for semantics nor room for paralysis. We must not succumb to exceptionalism, double standards, or international omerta. The committee reiterates its call for an immediate Gaza ceasefire, prioritizing the protection of Palestinians. We emphasize the need for urgent humanitarian assistance and for immediate efforts to realize a durable and just solution in the Middle East. This involves ending occupation and respecting the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including self-determination and independence, and the right of return for refugees as per international law and UN resolutions. The time is now to pursue without hesitation the two-state solution on the pre-1967 borders, the long-standing international consensus for a just solution. The committee seconds the call for an international peace conference and a multilateral negotiating process aimed at resolving the question of Palestine in all its aspects. And to paraphrase Nelson Mandela, our collective pledge of leaving no one behind is incomplete without the freedom of Palestine. For this reason, the committee further demands the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations to allow it to take its rightful place in the international community. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the committee for the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people for the statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Georgia, as well as Andorra and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. The European Union calls for immediate implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions 2720 and 2712. The EU is gravely concerned about the deepening humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and latest reports by UN agencies alerting that Gaza is in the high risk of famine and that the health system is in a state of collapse. We welcome Israel's decision to open the Kerem Shalom border crossing point and the role Egypt and other regional partners play in providing and facilitating that humanitarian aid reaches those in need. We must continue to provide humanitarian assistance to all those in need in Gaza, including through increased capacity at border crossings and through a dedicated maritime route, ensuring that such assistance is not abused by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access is an obligation under international law and is urgently needed to deliver life-saving aid to avoid a further worsening of an already catastrophic situation. Aid needs to reach those in need through all necessary means, including humanitarian corridors and pauses for humanitarian needs or cessation of hostilities. We welcome the cooperation of regional actors aimed at opening humanitarian access to Gaza. We stand ready to support the efforts of the Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator, Sigrid Kaag. The European Union will continue supporting those civilians most in need in Gaza. We have already earmarked an initial 125 million euros for humanitarian aid in 2024. Individually, EU member states have provided financial support amounting to more than 600 million euros for the occupied Palestinian territories since the 7th of October. We commend the strong efforts of the UN and all humanitarian actors to deliver life-saving aid in extremely dire conditions. We deplore the deaths of an unprecedented number of UN staff members and other humanitarian workers. The EU will continue its strong support to the UN and other humanitarian actors. In particular, we commend the work of UNRWA, who play an even more crucial role in the current situation, also for stability in the region. The EU and its member states are by far the largest donors to UNRWA and will continue to support UNRWA in all its fields of operations, including in East Jerusalem, and call for urgent increased funding. Mr. President, protection of all civilians and unhindered humanitarian access must be ensured by all parties at all times in the conflict. Full respect of international law, including international humanitarian law by all sides, is of paramount importance. We urge all sides to respect international law and note that there must be accountability for violations of international law. We condemn in the strongest possible term Hamas's brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel on 7 October 23. The use of civilians as human shields by Hamas is a particularly deplorable atrocity. As stated by the European Council in October 23, Israel has a right to defend itself in line with international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. Military operations must be proportionate and in line with international humanitarian law and international human rights law. We call on Hamas to immediately cease the continued missile attacks on Israel and to release all hostages, many of which are EU citizens, without any preconditions. Human suffering cannot be a bargaining chip. The ICRC must be granted access to the hostages. We welcome the cooperation of regional actors on this matter. Now, preventing further regional escalation remains crucial. Nobody stands to gain from it. The EU is actively discussing with partners and key shareholders, and we call on regional actors to refrain from any action that can further aggravate the situation. We are following with concern the situation across the blue line, and we recall the absolute necessity of respecting this Council's Resolution 1701. The EU condemns the Houthi attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea, which are undermining freedom of navigation. The EU calls for an immediate implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2722. Upholding freedom of navigation in the Red Sea is vital to the free flow of global commerce and regional security. Mr. President, the EU is equally concerned for the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where settlement expansion and settler violence have reached record numbers. Settlements are illegal under international law and constitute an obstacle to peace. Israel must stop settlement expansion and legalization, prevent settler violence, evictions and forced transfers, and ensure that perpetrators are held accountable. We remain committed to a just and comprehensive resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with the State of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign, and viable State of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security and mutual recognition with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states in accordance with the relevant resolution of the Security Council. The EU is ready to contribute to reviving a political process, including through the Peace Day effort, welcomes diplomatic peace and security initiatives, and supports the holding of a national peace conference soon. We are already engaging with our partners in the region and beyond towards revitalizing a political horizon, including at the foreign ministers' meeting yesterday in Brussels. Mr. President, allow me to turn to the situation in Syria, where in the interest of time, I restrict myself to only one comment. More than 12 years into the conflict, the international community must redouble efforts to advance a sustainable and comprehensive political solution in line with United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254, the only path to sustainable peace in Syria. The humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate in vast parts of Syria. We take positive note of the 6-month renewal of the permission to use the Bab al-Hawa crossing. We call on the regime in Damascus to seriously engage in the political process, to seriously work on the implementation of the measures it announced in its statement on cooperation with UNHCR on the return of refugees, to effectively operate to improve the livelihood of this population and to prevent the use of this territory to perpetrate attacks that contribute to jeopardize regional security. The EU has a message for the Syrian people. We will not forget you. We stand firmly as the main humanitarian donor and in support of Special Envoy Pedersen's efforts to advance on all aspects of UN Security Council Resolution 2254. It is more than time to revive the Syrian political process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie son
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais féliciter la...
President, I should like to congratulate France upon its presidency of the Council and for the progress made since the beginning of this year. I would also like to commend France for organizing this open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question, and thank the Secretary-General for having shared the most recent information on the situation on the ground.
Continue to be lost. Communities and families grieve, and loved ones continue to wait, hope, and pray for the hostages to come home. The deteriorating situation in the Middle East, with its serious and severe humanitarian consequences, remain our deep concern. Added to this are the heightened risks of the conflict assuming a more regional dimension, and that is why it is more urgent than ever for the immediate resumption of a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. To be clear, we reiterate our condemnation in the strongest terms of all forms of violence and attacks wherever it takes place against innocent civilians, regardless of their nationalities. We are appalled at the devastating and growing toll of the ongoing conflict in Gaza on civilians, and we are opposed to actions that would result in forced displacement or transfer of civilians from Gaza. International humanitarian law must be respected at all times. The protection of civilians must be a priority at all times. On the humanitarian assistance front, Thailand welcomes the appointment of Ms. Sigrid Kaag of the Netherlands as Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, pursuant to Security Council Resolution 2720/2023, which would hopefully contribute to the improvement of the humanitarian situation in the Middle East. We hope that, under Ms. Kaag's supervision, adequate humanitarian aid will be delivered to those in need in Gaza in a safe, efficient, and timely manner. We deeply appreciate the diplomatic efforts of all parties involved in facilitating the release of some hostages, including 23 Thai nationals during the temporary ceasefire last year. Thank you for all the efforts. Since then, we remain gravely concerned for the safety of the remaining Thai nationals and all those who are being held hostage. In line with resolutions of the Security Council and the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly, we continue to appeal for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages, including Thai nationals, and pending their release, also call for continuing proper treatment and care for these hostages. Let all the hostages return home. Mr. President, to implement the recently adopted resolutions of the Security Council and the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly, we need resolute political determination. A determination to pursue an urgent and sustainable cessation of hostilities, which is essential to allow rapid, safe, unhindered, expanded, and sustained humanitarian access into and across Gaza for those in need. And we appeal to the international community to continue to mobilize humanitarian assistance in these difficult times. A determination to exercise utmost restraint and take immediate and necessary measures to prevent the risk of the conflict having more regional dimensions. And a determination for genuine dialogue and diplomacy with a view to finding a mutually agreed peaceful solution to the issue, in accordance with the two-state solution by which the states of Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized borders, consistent with relevant UNSC resolutions. In closing, Thailand appeals to the Security Council to do its utmost to support peaceful efforts and to help bring about peace and security in the Middle East in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. And indeed, we find useful the three guiding principles referred to earlier this afternoon by the Foreign Minister of France, namely humanity, justice, and responsibility. As for Thailand, we reaffirm our support for the collective efforts for diplomacy, de-escalation, and peaceful means to help end suffering and achieve an enduring peace. Indeed, an enduring peace is the best guarantee against future suffering. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Thailand for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate you on presiding over the Security Council, and I welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of France. I thank the Secretary General for his briefing, and I would like to congratulate the newly elected members in the Council. We align ourselves with the statement on behalf of the Arab Group and the OIC. Mr. President, Gaza today is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe in the world. According to UN reports, there is no safe place. And the dignified life there, the conditions for a dignified life are going backwards. Half of the population in Gaza, nearly 2 million people, have now become displaced and at risk of famine. In 100 days, the numbers of victims have reached 100,000 people, mostly children and women. This includes people killed, injured, permanently disabled, lost under the rubbles, suffering from settler violence and the violence of occupation in the occupied West Bank. This is why international officials have stressed that they have seen nothing like the current situation in Gaza. And this is why the Secretary General addressed your Council based on Article 99 of the Charter, warning of the collapse of the humanitarian system and public order, and calling for an urgent humanitarian ceasefire. Qatar condemned every form of targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure and collective punishment, depriving civilians of food, water, medicine, and the violation of their rights. We also condemn the statements by Israeli officials on the displacement of the Gaza population, which is another form of occupation and a violation of the international law. It derails peace. We welcome Security Council resolutions 2712 and 2720, including the appointment of Ms. Sigrid Kaag. We stress the need for the full implementation of these two resolutions. At the same time, we stress that the dire humanitarian situation and the blatant violations of the international law, as well as the grave impact on the security and stability of the region, require an immediate ceasefire. This is the only solution for ending the suffering and preventing a dangerous escalation in the region. The international community has called for ending this war during the resumed 10th emergency session, in which 153 countries last month voted for the ceasefire. This is a responsibility that falls upon the international community to ensure the implementation of the international law without any selectivity or double standards. Mr. President, since the beginning, Qatar has made and continues to make diplomatic efforts at the highest levels in coordination with regional and international partners to achieve the priorities, namely ending the war and ensuring the delivery of sufficient and continuous humanitarian assistance, releasing prisoners and hostages, and preventing the region from this conflict. Thanks to Qatar's mediation with the United States and Egypt, a humanitarian truce or humanitarian pause was reached last November. This allowed the delivery of humanitarian assistance and the release of hundreds of women and children detained in Gaza and Palestinian prisoners. Since then, we have continued to make efforts. We have succeeded with France to reach an agreement between Israel and Hamas to deliver medicine and humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, especially in the most affected areas, to deliver medications to needed by those detained in the Strip. We look forward to building on the efforts of Qatar's diplomacy to reach a sustainable and comprehensive agreement that ends the bloodshed and leads to a political, serious negotiations that leads to a just, comprehensive and lasting solution in line with the Arab Peace Initiative and the resolutions of international legitimacy, namely the two-state solution that guarantees the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the 1967 lines with East Jerusalem as a capital. Palestinians have to enjoy all their inalienable rights. This is the only guarantee for sustainable peace. Any policy violating this path will not change the fact that Gaza has always been and will always remain Palestinian. Mr. President, the dangerous escalation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is a source of concern. We condemn the occupation powers' decision to confiscate Palestinian land in East Jerusalem. This violates international law and impedes the two-state solution. We also condemn allowing for a manifestation for extremists under the slogan of imposing their control on Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is a provocation. We call upon the Security Council to shoulder its responsibilities and compel Israel to stop its actions violating the historic and legal status of Jerusalem. We continue to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We have sent 68 planes with more than 2 tons of humanitarian assistance. We also continue to implement the initiative by His Highness Sheikh Hamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar, to provide treatment to 1,500 injured people from Gaza. And we continue to provide support through Al Arish as part of our support to the Palestinian people until they end this challenge, and thank you.
I thank the representative of Qatar for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to express Vietnam's appreciation to France as President of the Security Council for convening this very important open debate. I also thank the Secretary General for his informative and insightful briefing. Mr. President, as we have passed the 100-day mark of the conflict in Gaza, the international community's grave concern over the ongoing humanitarian situation has only deepened. The staggering number of casualties, with over 25,000 Palestinians killed and thousands more missing, predominantly women and children, underscores the critical need for an immediate ceasefire. The substantial damage to civilian objects, including homes, hospitals, schools, and UN facilities, is alarming. With the majority of Gaza's 2.2 million population displaced, facing acute shortages of food, water, and basic necessities, the situation is desperately dire. Vietnam once again condemns all indiscriminate attacks against civilians and essential infrastructure. These actions contravene international law, particularly international humanitarian law, and undermine the relevant UN resolutions. The role of the Security Council in addressing this multidimensional crisis is crucial, yet its response has been insufficient to halt the worsening calamity. The resolutions adopted to date have not effectively stemmed the tide of destruction and suffering. We therefore urge the Council to redouble its efforts. Protecting innocent civilians, including ensuring the safe release of hostages, must remain a top priority. The provision of rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian assistance is essential to mitigate the risk of further fatality from violence, disease, and malnutrition. The ongoing intense fighting, particularly near Khan Yunis and the Nasser Hospital, highlights the urgent needs for the UN and the international community to facilitate the movement of humanitarian aid. The severe situation in northern Gaza, where people are enduring desperate shortages of basic supplies, amplifies the urgency of our collective actions. Furthermore, the conflict's escalation has exacerbated tensions in the broader region. In the West Bank, the situation has deteriorated with hundreds of Palestinians killed, thousands arrested, and many barred from accessing Jerusalem. In the meantime, recent incidents in the Red Sea have heightened global concerns, particularly over the safety and freedom of navigation, besides implications for the sovereignty of the affected nations. These developments, along with the ongoing tensions across the Middle East, underscore the critical need for restraint and diplomatic engagement, including here at the Security Council. Finally, I take this opportunity to reiterate Vietnam's steadfast support for the two-state solution with the establishment of an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and coexisting in peace with the State of Israel, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. We believe this vision continues to be the cornerstone of a long-term and sustainable peace in this region. I thank you.
Je remercie
I thank the representative of Vietnam for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Le Président, je vous remercie
President, I thank you.
to intervene during this debate because we see this as a critical time as fighting continues and humanitarian suffering worsens in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. This criticality was underscored by the visit of the Australian Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, to the region last week. Action is needed now. Australia unequivocally condemns the Hamas attack on Israel. These were abhorrent acts of terror against innocent civilians. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. As Foreign Minister Wong stressed again last week, Israel has the right to defend itself, however, the way it does so matters. All parties must respect international humanitarian law and protect civilian lives and infrastructure. Australia repeats its urgent call for safe and unimpeded humanitarian access. We want to see further humanitarian pauses to enable the scaled-up delivery of aid, safe passage for civilians, and the release of hostages. Australia wants to see a sustainable ceasefire, and we see humanitarian pauses as important steps on the pathway to that goal. No ceasefire can be one-sided, and no ceasefire can be unconditional. Any solution in Gaza must not involve the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people, nor the use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. Australia urges all parties to prevent regional escalation and work towards containing the conflict. We express our deep concern at the dangerous actions of regional actors seeking to take advantage of the situation. We unreservedly condemn Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. These attacks constitute a threat to navigational rights and freedoms, international commerce and maritime security. Australia remains committed to upholding the rules-based order on the high seas and the central principle of freedom of navigation. Practical steps are urgently needed to find an enduring solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It remains Australia's view that achieving long-term peace and security for Israel in its region requires the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. And we stress the importance of efforts to restart a political process which leads to a future Palestinian state. We reiterate our commitment to working towards a just and enduring peace that enables Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in security within internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Australia for his statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until tomorrow, 3 p.m. The meeting, therefore, will resume tomorrow, 3 p.m. This meeting is suspended.